Can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Hello everyone, we are back with more coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. It's the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic being held in Romania. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and with me I have Anna Rudolph, and we're going to be guiding you through today's games.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Yoon. I am happy to be back hosting a broadcast with you. I don't know when was the last time. I was thinking it has been maybe a few months ago already, but we had a good time. So we're going to have a great time today as well. Welcome everybody to the broadcast of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. As my co-host mentioned, what is this tournament about, Hammer? What's the format? What are the players doing here?
We got 10 players competing. They're all playing each other one time each, so-called round robin. The standard numbers for wins and draws in chess apply. 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, no points for losers. And we're playing 90 minutes from the start of the game. They, in addition, get 30 seconds extra per move they make, and they get an additional 30 minutes after move 40.
Important indeed. This is a classical format, and with 10 players in the field playing against each other, all of them playing against each other, that is a round robin system. It is now the day when two of the leaders will be facing each other, Wesley So versus young Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and let's see if we can...
pairings.
Yeah.
Sorry that I went ahead the leaderboard. I'm so excited about this pairing that I was like, I'm gonna straight into go into this, get it out of my system, because I think that will be a key game of today. I'm hoping it will not be a draw. I'm just saying that on the sideline.
Well, to be fair, we've had some amazing draws happening in this tournament. And Rapport, I remember his draw from the second round against Mamedyarov.
Oh, that was a crazy game. Yeah, and the French defense. I hope it will strike again.
And Aronian against Firouzja yesterday as well. Sure. It goes to show that even if the games end in a draw, it can be very exciting.
Yeah, I think I should rephrase it, Jon. You're right. I'm just hoping it will not be a theoretical draw. I'm hoping it will be a game.
But let's take a look at the standings, the leaderboard, where we can see Wesley So joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi and the local hero, Bogdan Daniel Deac, on 2 points out of 3. They've all scored 1 win and 2 draws each.
Indeed, yesterday it was Deac who was the only winner of the round, beating Richard Rapport. Rapport had a winning position, at least very advantageous position, but he couldn't find a win, and eventually even didn't settle for a draw, but ended up risking too much, and Deac took his chance. So there are 3 players indeed on 2 points, playing for that first prize of $100,000. That's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah, enormous prices, and that means the win Deac got yesterday can be very, very decisive to land him the biggest prize he has ever received.
And apart from these prizes, of course, here in the classical format, they are also playing for Grand Chess Tour points. Now, it's a very complex system, but all you need to do is there's loads of events. This is the first event of the Grand Chess Tour 2022, and the overall prize fund is $1.4 million, if I'm recalling the number correctly. So a lot at stake overall. This is the very first event, classical format. After this one, they will also play Rapid and Blitz once the classical tournament finishes. But we are not going to be discussing that just yet, because we are here for today's round. Hammer, prediction time.
So if you guys have any predictions on the games, it can be rather beneficial to make those predictions at chess.com/events. If you go into the Superbet Chess Classic event, you press the different games. You can make your prediction who will win, white or black, or maybe even a draw, which is quite common in chess. But make sure you make your predictions now, because after the first 10 moves, you don't get another chance.
Indeed, and you can win a diamond membership. You can win up to $600 in cash. So cool prices, definitely worth a shot to predict the results. And as Hammer said, make sure to predict before the first 10 moves happen. Then it's too late. So head over to /events and make your predictions. As for us, Hammer, I am predicting that we will be taking a break in a moment. But before we do that, I want to leave this with a cliffhanger, and I'm putting you on the spot. Which game will be the key game of the day, other than the two leaders facing each other? Or will that be the most exciting game, you think?
Well, I think Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport. I think they are two players who've had a bad start, but who are just capable of craziness. So I think those two players matching up against each other, wanting to avenge themselves of the early loss they had in the tournament. That's going to be my favorite matchup.
I like that choice. We shall figure it out soon how the openings will go in that game and the rest of the pairings of today's round 4 of the Superbet Classic. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, the games will begin. Make sure your predictions before that happens. See you in a moment.
We're back with more Grand Chess Tour and from Romania, the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm Jon Ludwighammer. I'm joined by Anna Rudolph, and we're going to guide you through some very exciting games today.
I cannot wait to see a move on one of the five boards. This is one of my favorite scenes at the start because we are observing all five games at the same time. Don't worry, this is not how we do the analysis, but just to catch up on the openings, we're going to have an idea at least. Is it E4 or D4? Maybe an alternative. What do you predict, Hammer, out of the five games? How many will be king or queen pawn? If those are the main two choices, maybe something else you predicted?
Yeah, well, you're asking very difficult questions.
That's why I'm here.
I feel like we've been seeing more of the queen pawn this tournament. So I would probably make that my guess. But each of the opponent, well, each player often has the ability to play both the queen pawn and the king pawn. They appreciate unpredictability as part of their opening strategy. So they vary their openings on purpose so that no opponent can be like, this guy always does this or this or this.
That's a very good point. Only a very few super grandmasters in the top have they almost always play MVL's Neidorf comes to mind, for instance, or Grunfeld, but it's rare. You're right. It's rare that they stick to always that one super well analyzed opening. It's for most of them, in their view, it's better to be unpredictable. Mamedyarov showed his cards by pushing D4, but the rest of the players are still in the handshake phase, I'm guessing.
I'm actually making a different prediction. I'm thinking that there has been an honorary first move on the board with the Romanian player.
You are right. You are right. I almost forgot about that. It's been so long since I've been to an over-the-board tournament. I'm mainly online in terms of streams and broadcasts. We are also online now. Like, you are at home, I'm at home. But for the players there, they are there. IRL is true. And oftentimes there is a guest. Yeah, that must have happened.
But the honorary first move has been played, and now all the games are getting started. I'm going to pop into what I predicted was going to be the most exciting game of the round. It's a game between two of the highest rated players in the tournament. Alireza Firouzja sporting a rating north of 2,800. Playing against Rapport. Both of these players will be playing in the Candidates Tournament this June, which is a tournament to determine who gets to challenge for the World Championship title. So these guys are going to be competing against each other quite a bit this summer, and they may want to hide some of their opening preparation. What are your thoughts on kind of how they are competing now, but they have an even more important match in June?
I feel like it's the calm before the storm kind of situation. And as you mentioned, they probably will not be playing their main lines for the candidates. So all the participants, there are 4 players, if I'm correct with the numbers, in the field that will be competing later in the candidates. And all of them will be somewhat hiding their preparation because that's the big event. That's the one that will decide who is going to be the challenger of Magnus Carlsen. So they're definitely not playing those kind of secret preparations in this event. As important as this tournament is with a 100K first prize, they have a reason to hide that preparation for now.
At least at the early stages of this tournament, right? And here we see Rapport. He's starting out with the Sicilian defense. Alireza choosing Bobby Fischer's favorite, King Pawn to E4. The Sicilian defense is considered one of the most aggressive in chess, and it's no accident that Rapport is the one utilizing it because he is a very aggressive and fearless player. The knight is developed. Rapport, he develops his king pawn, opening potentially up for his bishop at some point. The pawn break in the center is standard in this opening, which allows white to get a centralized knight in the middle, and then both players keep getting those knights into play.
Is this what you would have expected after Richard Rapport played the French defense a few days ago? Of course, it doesn't mean he's going to be playing the French defense every day, but I was kind of hoping.
I guess he's just, his expertise is being unpredictable and playing new openings all the time and keeping his opponents on their toes. And right now, Rapport has gone for what is known as the four knights variation of the Sicilian. And this line normally had a bad reputation. People thought that this way of playing, just getting those knights out immediately, was not very good, because you now have the option as the white player to make a trade between the knights and then push forward in the middle, bothering that black knight that just developed. And when that knight comes into the center, white also gets into the middle of the board. But in addition, white now has the option of chasing away the black knight, because like the knight isn't secure. It's well placed in the center, but it can be chased away still.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why this two knights variation is not that popular. And the other is that you need to be ready for a transposition to a different opening, oftentimes with knight b5. Black either is forced to play a not so mainstream line, or if black goes d6 to fill that hole where the knight is heading to, then after bishop f4, e5, we can transpose to a Sveshnikov. And that is a different variation of the Sicilian, not exactly the one that e6 structures would lead to.
And actually, this exact play that Anna now highlighted happened yesterday between Fabiano Caruana, or maybe the day before that, actually, between Caruana and Dominguez. So this four knights opening has actually become quite popular at the top level recently. And we may find out why in this matchup, because Alireza has risen to the challenge. He has captured the knight on c6 and then pushed forward in the middle with his pawn. Already, after 7 moves, I can tell you this is going to be a really exciting and unorthodox game.
I'm really happy to see this, that we have exactly the line that you mentioned on the board, and not a transposition to the Sveshnikov. Nothing wrong with the Sveshnikov, but that's a very deeply analyzed opening. This kind of structure and this exact line, I don't think has happened that many times at the very top events between super grandmasters.
And that's often why openings come into fashion, right? One top player says, okay, I'm going to try out this unusual way of playing. And then the other players are like, ooh, that's interesting. We're going to take a look at that as well. And I feel like that is what has happened here, with plenty of top players having chosen to play this opening line that had a bad reputation for black, but has kind of been rehabilitated in the last, I would say, 2 years. And look at this maneuver from the Hungarian. He goes with his queen to attack the pawn on e5. That pawn is protected by the white pawn. And then the queen moves yet again. So Rapport, he moves his queen 2 times in a row, but the idea was to lure the f-pawn further forward, because what has happened in the meantime is that this pawn has abandoned the protection of the e3 square, which is where black's queen now is pointing and potentially wants to move.
That is a great detail indeed. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to move the queen twice. But as we know in chess, pawns don't go backwards. So it's a huge point that pawn on f4 will never, ever be guarding the e3 or e4 squares. Now, the question for white is what to do next. And one of the main moves here would be to chase that knight away from d5, because that's a strong piece. And c4 would be the way to immediately question, where does it go?
And I'm really hoping we see this move from Alireza, because if he goes here, we will see a bong cloud at the very top level. Because here, black's main move is bishop to b4, giving a check on the white king. And normally, when a bishop comes up to give a check on your king, you block with a pawn. But you don't have that pawn anymore. The pawn has advanced past the bishop's diagonal. You cannot block it with a pawn. Second try. Normally, you would stop it with a bishop. However, if you use your bishop to block here, then you allow the black queen to come
Beautiful.
in.
It's just such a crazy tactic when it comes to like the crisscross pin. So I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm excited about this tactical pattern.
So this is actually a losing position for white, because the queen cannot be captured without setting your own king in check from black's bishop. And in particular, the white pawn on f4 is in big trouble here. So the way that people play to deal with this check is the bong cloud move, king to e2.
That is a crazy move, and this is the main line, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see this. C4 hasn't happened yet, I believe. Yeah, we have our live position. Oh, C4 just now. All right.
It
Bishop
just
B4?
happened.
Will it happen? Bishop B4 check and delayed bone cloud with king E2?
And actually, Anna, if I may, I would like to take this opportunity to promote my chess.com course, Advanced Bong Cloud Strategies, in which I analyze this variation and other variations where the king moves one square up in the opening, where it's a legitimately good move, and like the best move in the position.
Well, you guys need to watch Hammer's course on this before you attempt to play this. I don't recommend anyone to play any of these lines without studying them, because what is the king doing on e2? It's in front of the bishop, so you can't develop it. The queen is also in an awkward spot. Your king is almost the most active piece out of all of your army, so it's certainly weird. Do not attempt it at home without the Hammer course.
But actually, the king is contributing to this control of the e3 square, which we talked about earlier. And that is like the legitimate reason why this is clever, that the king takes control of a square that would otherwise be a problem to deal with. And as you may have seen, we have gotten these moves on the board. Alireza has played this delayed bong cloud opening. And Rapport, he knew it was coming. This has been played multiple times at the very top level. And he, instead of moving the knight that was threatened, he decided to threaten the white knight instead. So like, this is one of the craziest openings to exist in chess. And that's precisely what we were expecting from these two players, who have really shown themselves to be fearless at the board.
I'm loving it that everything is hanging. Nothing really makes sense when it comes to the king safety. Black also hasn't castled, by the way. It's more likely that the black king will castle. But so far, that hasn't been the case. After knight f2, now the knight on d5 really is hanging.
And the common way of defending the knight, once again, is not moving it. The most common way to deal with this is bringing your bishop out, pointing in towards the black king, the white king, and highlighting the fact that the knight cannot be captured without the king being in trouble. So what do you do when this happens? Which in fact did happen now. Alireza, without thinking, because there's only one acceptable move for white in this position. And Alireza did it.
To improve further on the bone cloud by marching further to f3? What is going on? Hammer, it's crazy that we are in a theoretical position with the king on f3 and lots of pieces on the board. This is not an endgame.
Yeah, but actually, Anna, yesterday when we were watching Alireza against Aronian. Aronian moved his king to f3 in the opening with the queen still on the board. So like
I'm loving
Alireza
it.
has experience from this just yesterday in a game that ended in a draw. So
Very
those
true.
yeah, the kings are being very adventurous in this tournament.
Yeah, it's great to see such dynamic positions instead of the Berlin draw that we got a bit way too familiar with. So I'm definitely happy to see this. It's fresh, it's dynamic, and both players are playing for a win from this approach. It looks like that.
Oh, for sure. And finally, Rapport, he needed to retreat his knight. And this is kind of the main point of this opening, the starting point of this opening, which weird as it sounds, that is kind of getting to this position is you don't really have too much of a choice for white or for black because many of your moves are like the only moves that are acceptable for the situation. And Alireza, he develops his bishop, pointing it towards the black queen. Quick response here from Rapport when he offers the trade of bishops. The trade has been accepted. Now you have to deal with the threat against the pawn on c4. And the game is kind of getting into unfamiliar territory at this stage. So I think this would be a good moment to take a look at one of the other games.
I agree with you, but we'll definitely come back to this game soon. Queen d6, by the way, has happened in that moment where we were going to leave offering a queen trade. So this could lead to an endgame, or if black wants to keep the queen on the board, then queen to b6 would be a square to retreat to.
Yeah, and I'm going to say when my opponent has a king on f3, I'm keeping the queens on the board. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because in the end game, it would be a crazy strong piece. But here, with queens on the board, it's still a vulnerable royalty. Of course, that king is extremely important in terms of safety. And therefore, it makes perfect sense to not trade queens, as you said, when the opponent's king is wandering toward the fourth, fifth rank. Where will that king go? At some point, I'm guessing it could even be more active than what it is now. But so far, very impressive. Such a dynamic position. We're gonna let Firouzja think about this situation here now that the queens stay on the board, and we could check in with the two leaders of the tournament. What do you think, Wesley So versus Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yes, definitely the next place to go. This is the current position. White is up a pawn. But we're gonna head back to the start to see how this pawn was won by Wesley So. And he started out with his knight, the Reti opening, but when Nepomniachtchi played his pawn forward in the middle, Wesley decided to go back into a normal queen's gambit.
And after c4, we proceed here with the usual opening moves. e6 is the declined queen's gambit when you don't accept the pawn on c4. And g3 was Wesley's choice here. So he doesn't go for the traditional or the more classical way of playing the queen's pawn openings, but goes for the Catalan structure.
And the Catalan was the choice of Magnus Carlsen when he faced Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship just last November. So this is an opening where Nepomniachtchi has spent a lot of time analyzing and figuring out the best defenses for black.
So a lot of analysis has gone into it, but also some bad memories. How much does that count here? The psychological side of this opening choice. What do you think?
We'll find out. I think in general, I feel like going into where the opponent has spent months preparing, probably not what I would do if I were Wesley. But let's see how it works out for him. So bishop e7. This is the classical way of playing the Catalan, which Jan also played against Magnus in that said World Championship. both players getting their bishops out and then castling. At this point, Jan captures the pawn on c4. This is called the open Catalan, and the pawn on c4, you're not going to be able to keep that because White immediately uses their queen to attack that pawn, and holding onto it is very, very dangerous. But that being said, Nepomniachtchi actually does try to hold on to it. He does play b5.
So he didn't play the main line, which would have been a6, just giving the pawn back, allowing the queen to take on c4. Then with b5, bishop b7, quick development of the queen side is what you get for giving the pawn back. Instead of this, he chooses to try to hold on to the pawn. Interesting.
So this is the opening you just recited, Anna, with the a6 and b5, is actually what we saw Wesley playing with the black pieces yesterday against Fabiano Caruana.
Do you think that could be one of the reasons why Nepomniachtchi didn't want to play this, or simply what you mentioned? He has analyzed this opening so much to such depth because of the match against Magnus that he simply believes in that b5 line better.
Yeah, I think he really likes this this b5 variation because that is a line he also played against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship.
And he says, try to refute it. If Magnus couldn't, good luck.
Yeah, precisely. And actually the game, that I don't remember which game number it was, but it was something like game 4-2. In that game, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces actually had excellent chances to win. At some point, he was up a rook and a pawn in exchange for a knight.
True.
So this is in some ways this is an opening he has pleasant memories with, because he managed to put pressure on Magnus even though he had the black pieces.
And Wesley entering this line when Nepomniachtchi, as you mentioned, had a really good winning chance with the black pieces, means that Wesley must have an improvement from that game. He will not be making the exact same moves, but he must have had something analyzed that will deviate from that game, and he believes that it's in his favor.
And Wesley doesn't play the move Magnus played. I think Magnus played his knight up in the center, but embarrassingly, I can't remember the exact details. Wesley
I can try to find the game quickly if you would like me to.
Wesley instead uses the pawn on the side of the board to challenge the black pawn. And right now, you would think that you can kind of keep the pawn structure intact, keep the black pawn where it is so that it can defend its buddy. But if you try to support the pawn with the A pawn, then a trade will happen. And at the end of this, the rooks are looking at each other, and it's White's move, and White wins the game, capturing the rook. So the move A6 does not work out. But how about the move C6 to offer protection in that way? And there's a really nice trick of capturing, making that exchange between the pawns. And then there's the move knight to g5. Knight to g5 is the only way for White to win, but you only need one of those options, right? And the idea here is that moving the knight, obviously the idea is to open up for the bishop to attack the rook in the corner. However, you have to be careful about where you put your knight, because black can block the bishop's diagonal, leaving black up a pawn. However, when you move your knight to g5, the blocking in the center is no longer possible, because the knight is assisting the queen in a checkmate threat on the side of the board.
Yeah, that's a very busy knight, the knight from f6 that would need to help the king not get checkmated, but also should be blocking the diagonals of the knight g5, as you mentioned, Hammer. This would be immediately winning on the spot. Of course, Nepomniachtchi did not blunder this. He didn't push neither the A pawn nor the C pawn. Speaking of which, I've looked up the game. If we show it quickly, the difference. As you mentioned, Magnus did go knight E5 first. And there, after C6, A4, knight D5 was played. So it's similar, but in this line that Magnus chose against Nepomniachtchi at the World Championship match, you can play this line with black, with the knight on d5, because the white knight has already chosen the e5 square. It cannot go into the other line with the knight g5 idea.
And in that game, Nepomniachtchi held on to the extra pawn, which proved pretty precarious for Magnus at one stage. So that's interesting. The other interesting thing is that after the a4 move, attacking the pawn, the normal way of playing here for black is to push this pawn further forward. Mm-hmm. But Nepomniachtchi instead has introduced this move, bishop to b7. I've seen it being played before, actually, by a Russian player whose name I forget. I played against him once. It's one of the young Russian kids. And the idea here is that you just give up the pawn on b5. You're also going to give up this pawn on c4, but at the same time, you just get your pieces developed really, really quickly.
Mm-hmm. I'm quickly taking a look at who else played it with the black pieces, and those players include Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, bishop b7, and also Jan Nepomniachtchi himself against Anish Giri at the end of last year, December 2021. Actually, very end, so that must have been the World Rapid and Blitz.
Okay, so well, if Nepomniachtchi has played this move before, he definitely has shown his hand. So Wesley will definitely have been prepared for this scenario. He captured the pawn on b5, getting ready to capture another pawn on c4. Then black has made the move a6, offering another pawn exchange, to which Wesley said, okay, thank you very much. Black then recaptured with a knight. So now we can see that black has done a great job of getting their pieces into play, as opposed to white, who's still struggling with their pieces on the back ranks. But on the other hand, Wesley now captures the pawn on c4, and he's up a pawn.
And what we get from black's perspective for that extra pawn is piece activity. It has been black earlier who had extra material but was behind in development. Nepomniachtchi gives the material back and even sacrifices one on top in order to develop his pieces very quickly. And also in this position, bishop d5 comes with a tempo. Then you get to play c5, which is a key move for black in a structure like this. You don't want to leave your c pawn there as a weakness.
And he's challenging in towards that lone white central pawn. Wesley coming out with his bishop to protect. And then the knights arrive. First, the knight in the center attacking the white queen. The queen is forced to retreat. And then another black knight coming in from the side of the board, getting ready to attack that white queen yet again.
Yun, from what I see, there's only very few games for this very same position that we have on the board, about 4 games in total, but one of them is Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. So one is the player who's sitting here, and the other is the opponent who saw that game and prepared from that game. Who is going to be better prepared? This is still the same game, the exact same moves that Nepomniachtchi played against Anish Giri.
And if anything, that surprises me then, that they have spent like 10 minutes each to get to this point, because surely both players are familiar with the previous game, right?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes what we see is, it's classical chess, so that you get to sit there and think longer for each move. But here, as you mentioned, there was no real need of thinking. It's more like just getting sometimes a bit of mind games, so to say. You're trying to figure out what the opponent prepared for. Also, you don't want to show your hands, so you don't make the moves just as fast. You're not showing with your spent time and body language that you are very well prepared. You're trying to make your opponent sometimes think that they caught you off guard, and actually you are the one that's catching them off guard. But for now, both of them are trying to trick the other into something, or at least they both have analyzed this line very, very well, and they are playing their opening analysis still.
So that has been the top game of the round. Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi both in the lead right now with 2 points out of 3. If one of them can win this one, it will mean that they have taken a commanding statement in regards to winning this tournament. We're going to check in with all the other games going on as well. But before that, we're going to take a short break.
Blue check marks. Everybody loves blue check marks. Chess.com is excited to launch its own blue check mark today with our verified members program. And for the first time, for any online platform anywhere, there will be a transparent and clear process to how you become verified and get that blue check mark. Any Chess.com member can become verified by having their account linked to a real identity with a unique payment form and SMS held privately in their profile. Most importantly, applicants must pass a comprehensive fair play screening in order to get verified. All right, but besides the blue check mark, why should you become verified? First and foremost, all verified players are eligible to play in the Chess.com Global Championship. With $1 million in prizes, including regular cash prizes for non-titled members, this massive and historic event has but one cost of entry: your $15 verification fee in order to become verified. Additionally, other verified benefits will include access to regular verified-only events, listing on verified-only leaderboards, priority pairings against other verified-only members, and more. To learn more about how to become verified, if you're watching this during one of our live shows, use the command verified in chat. Or if you're watching it anywhere else, go to chess.com/verified today and go get that beautiful butterfly. Blue check mark. What is going on here? Hey, Elon. Yeah, no, you saw the news. I know you like buying companies with blue check marks, but we're not for sale. Dude, do you even know how to move the pieces? All right. We're going to get back to this later. I got to record a video. Thanks, buddy. Elon.
And we're back with the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic from Romania. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Anna Rudolph, and we have some really exciting games going on. We already looked at a thrilling one where Alireza Firouzja has put his king already up the board with the queens still there. A very risky strategy. But speaking of risky strategies, we're now going to be going to Shahryar Mamedyarov playing against Bogdan Daniel Deac of Romania. And we've had some craziness here as well, Anna. Look at this move, G4.
I know we keep telling our students to push the pawns in front of their king's side, at least where you castled. If it's the queen side, then don't touch those pawns. Those are your bodyguards. The pawns in front of the castle are important for your safety. But Mamedyarov says, I don't care about safety. I'm going for that black king, trying to open up the king side and get an attacking chance here. Looks promising when it comes to how many pieces are missing from the king side for black. Most of the pieces are toward the queen side if we take a look at the location of black's pieces. But before we analyze what's happening after G4, we need to show how did we get here? What opening was this?
And moving back to the first move, we can see Mamedyarov going for that queen pawn opening. And it's actually a very similar approach to the one we just saw between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi. The same three openings moves from each player, but where Wesley went for the Catalan opening with the move G3 and going for that fianchetto bishop on the side of the board, pointing down towards the middle. Mamedyarov instead has gone for the knight to c3, a standard queen's gambit declined.
A standard queen's gambit declined indeed. And when it comes to this opening, there's a lot of the different ways in which black can respond here, whether it's to develop the bishop, whether it's to push the c-pawn to c6, bishop b4, just to name a few. But instead of these main choices, Bogdan took on c4, which is of course a known move too, but not one of the main choices.
This is known as the Vienna variation. And just like when Jan Nepomniachtchi captured the pawn on c4, Bogdan Daniel, he knows that he's not going to be able to hold on to that pawn for all eternity, because white immediately steps up with their pawns and in addition opens up for the bishop to recapture on c4. However, with those white pawns being advanced so early, black manages to get some counter chances against them the bishop coming out, pointing in towards the white king, enabling the black knight to capture in the center if allowed.
Indeed, that's why white normally does not take the c4 pawn, but also pins a knight with bishop g5, counter pinning black. So no knight can move, and the knight is no longer threatening the e4 pawn. Next move, white could just capture on c4. Therefore, black is in a hurry to sort the situation out and questions the bishop on g5 with the pawn push to h6.
And if this bishop were to retreat right now, black would actually go aggressive, chasing that bishop further, forcing it back so that the bishop is no longer pointing in towards the black queen, and then the black knight would be able to capture in the middle, because you're not allowed to take back. I'm trying to make the move, but it will not let me, because that would open the white king to the attack of black's bishop. So instead, Mamedyarov captures the black knight, the queen recaptures, and white does get back that pawn they lost early on.
Indeed, so it's equal material, but black has the pair of bishops. At the same time, it's white who has a nicer center, more space, and better control in the center. So pros and cons for who has what. When it comes to the central control, it's so important that black immediately starts fighting for the control of the center by pushing his pawn to c5.
Putting pressure in towards the white pawn, Mamedyarov, he castles, allows the pawn in the middle to be captured, and now he doesn't even take back this pawn. Instead, he pushes forward in the middle, attacking black's queen, but also opening up a square where the pawn was previously located. So when the queen retreats, Mamedyarov actually just moves his knight into a very nice central position.
Indeed, claiming that being ahead in development, having the initiative, is a bigger deal than having an extra pawn. So he doesn't mind being down on material because he's got more space, more activity, better development, and he's got the initiative. He already is heading toward those squares in black's position, including the d6 square, which would be a really cool spot for the knight if only this bishop on b4 wasn't guarding it.
And black castles. Now, if Mamedyarov were to recapture the pawn in the middle, he would have to deal with a double attack. Black's queen attacking both the white bishop and the pawn in the middle. And this would be a big problem because that pawn in the middle is kind of the justification of white's play thus far. Mamedyarov doesn't move his knight to recapture the pawn. He keeps the knight where it is to keep his crown jewel in the center protected, and he just moves his queen forward, saying that I'm happy being down a pawn because I have some other dangerous plans for the future.
Indeed, and by moving the queen to the e2 square, now that piece is helping the c4 bishop and the e4 knight to not be undefended pieces. The rook could swing over to d1 to then threaten the d4 pawn. So it's a very logical, very straightforward setup and development for white. But black is the one who has the extra pawn. And here comes a move that wouldn't be the first one we think of when we want to develop the queen side. You look at whether to play knight c6, for instance. But bishop e7 is the main move here. Hammer, how do you explain this move? Why the urgency of bringing the bishop back?
That's a good question, Anna. Let's talk about something easier to understand.
How's the weather in Oslo?
Yeah. Well, I think the reasoning is that this bishop could be attacked by the pawn, but then it begs the question, why retreat the bishop now? Why not just wait for it to be attacked? So I think the best way to answer this question is by trying to make the move knight c6 and see what the computer, all-knowing computer says then. And the computer says it doesn't really matter. It's kind of the same thing. So it seems like to me, it seems like it's not significant whether you go knight c6 here or not. However, I will notice actually that in the game, black ended up playing the knight to the d7 square.
Oh, that makes a difference. So
Ooh,
it's more
yeah.
flexible. It's more
So
flexible
maybe,
to bring
yeah,
the bishop back.
maybe bishop back is like the move black wanted to do no matter what.
Mhm.
And you're kind of checking what plans is white choosing in the meantime.
Mhm. It's very refined for sure because it ended up being the main move. So this bishop e7 is not a novelty, it's the main move after queen e2 in the database.
And after that, the white rook comes into the center, trying to recapture the pawn in the middle. But then the black queen steps out, and it turns out this pawn, despite being undefended by the black pieces, despite having two white pieces looking at it, it's still safe. Because if the rook comes out to capture, then black's knight will come forward, attacking both the rook and the pawn in the center. And when the rook retreats, the pawn in the center is captured because it gets protection from the black queen. So you can't capture with a rook, nor can you capture with a knight, which is a bit easier to understand because the knight then abandons the pawn in the middle and the queen can capture.
And of
So,
course, of course, this means that white will not take the pawn, but will try to push that queen back. Because as you said, that queen on a5 is a key piece here to make sure that the pawn can't be taken. So a3 with the idea of pushing b4 next move is very logical. And that's what happened in the game.
yeah, attacking that queen, forcing it back. But in the meantime, black has managed then to get two defenders of the pawn in the middle. So black remains up a pawn. And this is where Mamedyarov chose to go g4, a very, very aggressive move, indicating that he wants to checkmate the black king. And if black were to play a move like knight to c6 at this stage, I was going to say this pawn is probably continuing forward. Well, the general idea that white has, let's put it like this. The general idea white has is to push the pawn further forward, make a trade, and then get the queen up to an attacking position. And a queen supported by a knight, making these threats in towards the lone black king, that can be very, very dangerous. So in general, this is Mamedyarov's idea, but he needs some nuance to execute it the correct way.
And the crazy thing is that this g4 is not a novelty. It has happened in a few games. The highest rated game, actually, where this was featured, it was the Indian prodigy Gukesh who played this against Wesley So last summer in India. I believe that was Rapid, the game Rapid or Blitz, so speed chess. But still, that's a very recent game in a way, and of course, a game that both players will be aware of. They are repeating the moves from that game. Everything is still the same. G4, Queen C, G4, Knight D7 was the move order. And after Rook A C7, as strange as it is, Black is willing to place the Queen on the same file where the white rook has just appeared, stepping straight into a discovered attack hammer. Why? Why is this the move?
I mean, I would be amazed at this play if not for the fact that you told me that it has all happened before. Because that queen move, stepping into the rook's open file, that is crazy. I mean, that is just not how you would normally play chess. And like the bishop can even move and capture a black pawn, opening up the attack on the queen, opening up more pressure towards the black king. How is this a thing?
It's very strange, but that's exactly what Wesley played too. So this queen c7 move is what was his choice against Gukesh last summer, meaning that we are in for a treat. This is one of those positions that's deeply analyzed by supercomputers nowadays. Modern chess has become very concrete in a way, and there are variations possible that back in the day, it wouldn't have even crossed the players' minds to step into that C file, of course. It's just the engine that confirms that it's okay to put pressure on the E5 pawn. And if white wins the pawn on E6, maybe the whole point that after queen B6, you're claiming that the C8 bishop will be easier to develop because there's no pawn on E6 anymore and the G4 pawn is vulnerable.
That is incredible. Just looking at that bishop. I mean, I understand that Black's bishop is happy to have the pawn removed so that it opens up its potential. But like moving your queen back and forth with the idea to lose a pawn so that your bishop can get into play, that is madness right there.
Yeah, it feels like it wasn't a grandmaster game we are following, but in fact it's so much of a grandmaster game that it's next level when it comes to weird moves.
Wow. And look at Mamedyarov's choice here. Mamedyarov, he doesn't even capture that free pawn. He just retreats his knight because now he's offered more protection to that key pawn in the middle of the board. He doesn't want to be equal on material. The guy just wants more pieces over to the right side of the board towards that black king. And I mean, honestly, to me, that looks like a pretty good move from the Azeri Grandmaster because now Black is just so cramped with his pieces. Like none of these Black pieces really showing any sort of potential or threats or against White. And White, I mean, White has something going on, right? White is just potentially rushing up the pawns towards the
Yeah,
Black King.
this to the human eye looks amazing for white. At the same time, the engine is just cool as always. I think one of the top moves of the engine would be queen to b8, this queen maneuver, queen c7, stepping into the discovered attack and then hiding your queen on b8 as if nothing happened. Black is up a pawn, but man, this is hard to play. And knight g3, I believe, is a novelty. So I can no longer detect any games that would have had these moves featured. Knight g3 is something that it feels like Shakhriyar has come up with, perhaps over the board, because he did spend quite some time on this decision.
Yeah, but he wants to avoid the forcing lines because he believes his opponent has prepared this with a computer. So he chooses what is considered a secondary move by the engines, but which in reality puts lots of pressure against Black because you don't get that clarification of that trades would lead to. So a really exciting game going on here as well. We've already seen an exciting one between Firouzja and Rapport, and now we're going to be moving to a third really exciting situation, which is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave of France and Fabiano Caruana.
This game, we'll need to clarify how did we get here, Hammer, because I feel like the opening is barely recognizable at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just first gonna highlight what is going on with material. So Black has a rook and two pawns in exchange for a knight and a bishop, which is a really interesting imbalance. And to figure out how we got here, we're going to have to go back to move one. And like we talked about at the start of this broadcast, there's one player and one player only who always plays the same stuff. And that is the Frenchman, MVL for short. And he always goes for the king pawn open.
Yes, very true to his main openings, and we discussed already the Najdorf and the Grunfeld being one of some of his trademark openings. But here, E4, of course, MVL going for the move that's best by test according to Bobby Fischer. E4 was responded by Caruana with E5, not surprisingly, and we end up in one of the main openings in the world on top level and also on any other level, to be fair. The Spanish or Ruy Lopez is extremely popular.
And I mean, this was the opening people were playing in the 1600s, and it has stood the test of time, which is just incredible. Imagine, like, there's so many different openings where we today know, like, oh yeah, that wasn't so good, was it? With modern computers, we've kind of figured out, yeah, we made some mistakes in the past. But this opening has been played since the 1600s and still remain one of the most popular ones at the top level.
Which is crazy that it can be so evergreen and it has been around for centuries.
Here, Black has played a6, trying to put pressure on the bishop. White wants to retain the bishop, but also keep that pressure against the knight in case there's an opportune moment to make that trade. Caruana, he goes with his knight, putting pressure on the pawn on e4. And normally people say, well, you're welcome to capture this pawn, because if you do, and Caruana did, then you're gonna find it very unpleasant that you've been so greedy early on, opening up for instance, my rook that can point down towards the black knight, the black pawn, and primarily the black king. But it is still considered an acceptable way of playing if you find all the correct follow-up moves.
And these are some of the most analyzed openings out there when it comes to e4, e5 openings. d4 here is the main move to immediately try to open up the e5 fully, as white has already castled and the black king is stuck in the center. So that is another pawn that could be grabbed, but that has a price when it comes to this pin on the e file.
Yeah, this is just considered a losing mistake to capture that white present in the center. Which is why Caruana instead chases after the white bishop. The bishop moves, and then instead of trying to protect his own pawn in the middle, Caruana just continues pushing his pawns aggressively in the center, being happy with the fact that when Mamedyarov captures in the center, now the white pawn is blocking the potential of the white rook pointing towards the black king. So he's actually pretty happy with the fact that he's given back the pawn in a way that avoids that immediate attack on the black king.
Very true. And with the pawn on d5, finally black also has some grab of the center, and you don't want to give that center away. So the d5 pawn is key to be held and defended. Bishop e6 is a developing move that helps black hold on to this structure and defend the pawn.
c3 then from white, and Caruana goes aggressive with his bishop, pointing it in towards the white king.
Yeah, that is, of course, a very pretty square for the bishop, a nice diagonal. But white doesn't care too much. There are no immediate threats because taking on f2 would mean that black gives two minor pieces up to grab a rook and a pawn. It's tempting on PogChamp's level, but in fact, I think once you are more advanced, once you have played it a few times, you realize that the two minor pieces usually are stronger than the rook and the pawn. So it's not very recommendable to go for the trade. Knight d2, on the other hand, is a developing move that immediately challenges this e4 knight. The most active piece of black offers a trade.
And after castles, white retains that pressure against the e4 knight, trying to force it to make a decision here. And Anna did say that you shouldn't trade 2 minor pieces for a rook, but that was what Fabiano Caruana did in this
I know.
situation.
So it only happens at PogChamps and Super Grandmaster level. I feel like today we are looking at games with King E2, King F3. That was one of the first games we analyzed. Then we have this, which we tell our students to not to do normally. So yeah, you either need to be a Super Grandmaster, or maybe you are just learning a bit about the basics. One way or the other, this happened in the game indeed.
So you're allowed to avoid the general principles of chess when you're Fabiano Caruana. When you're a top level player, you don't have to listen to your early coaches. But do not try this at home. In general, it will not pay off giving away your knight and your bishop in exchange for a rook.
Certainly. But here, everything is very concrete. So Black doesn't do it just for the sake of giving up the 2 minor pieces. It's a very concrete line, and the point is F6. To start opening up the F file, that's where the king is right now, the white king, and you're threatening to win the E5 pawn. So white has to react to this pawn push, you would think. But the move that was played in the game by Bashir is not the main move. The main move would be to take on F6, of course. A pawn is hanging. You want to trade it before it's captured. So this is what was played in, I think, 25 games from the database. But instead of this, MVL says, you know what? I have a better idea. And he sacrifices the pawn. He plays knight to F1, which is very rare. Only 4 games in the database, I believe.
Wow. And I feel like this knight to F1 move has become the main line in newer times, which just astounds me. Because like that is a pawn in the middle of the board, and you're allowing your opponent to capture it, but you're allowing it because it's so scary. If Black manages to get that queen and rook coordinated against the king just one move earlier. So White is essentially willing to give up that pawn in the middle to get one more move to prepare the evacuation of the white king.
Yeah, and actually, Hammer, you're completely right that this is now the modern main line. I made a mistake because I didn't look at the transposition. It would have been this exact position if we just roll back real quick before Black took on F2. So instead of bishop takes F2, the most common move there, or the most popular move so far, has been for Black to push F6 instead of, in this move, I think here. Yes, yeah, I thought I was confusing it, but no, here. So you end up sacrificing the knight, but before taking the rook, you are in not any hurry because of the pin. So F6 first, then White plays knight F1, then you take, and then you win the pawn. This is how they end up being in the same position, but with a different move order.
So the essence to remember is that this position has happened in a lot of top games recently, and that's why these two players are going into this, because both of them believe that they can improve upon previous games. Fabiano believing that he can create an attack, or at least justify that he has given up 2 minor pieces, a bishop and a knight for a rook, with Vachier Lagrave believing that he can, essentially win just once he gets his king to safety.
He needs his king in safety, and now by playing king g1, it is finally a safe piece. It also means that from here on, White is ready to develop the rest of his pieces, and once those minor pieces are developed, the c1 bishop will be the next piece to move. It is this really interesting imbalanced position, with the material being a rook and 2 pawns for Black, and 2 minor pieces, including a pair of bishops for White.
Yeah, so here we just see both players, the game kind of changing its pace It was an attack against the white king. Now it's just about black trying to protect these pawns in the middle, while white is just getting their pieces out. And here, Caruana made the controversial decision, I would say, to step forward with his pawn in the center, creating some tension here between the black pawn and the white pawn. But at the same time, this means that black no longer has any pawns to control the square e4. And that could be a really good outpost for one of white's pieces. For instance, the knight, which is why here MVL has developed his knight, because he wants to get it into this central square. However, the computer engines feel this has been a mistake on his part, because right now black has the option of using the pawn to attack the white bishop. The bishop doesn't have too many places to go. It can retreat, but then you have to consider what happens if black pushes their pawn in front of their king 2 squares forward to essentially trap the bishop on the side of the board.
Will Caruana play this is the question he is thinking. But if he plays h6, it means that MVL will need to sacrifice that piece either on h6 or on g5. There is no retreat. The bishop is trapped.
Yeah, and I mean, the games we're seeing today are just, it's madness, no?
I wish we could follow all of them, but there's fireworks in all the lines that they have chosen. So the opening choices were very, very dynamic and aggressive, risky. And this one too is showing the same. What a round.
Yeah. And now both Caruana and Mamedyarov potentially pushing the pawns in front of their king to try and punish the opponent. This is going to be a tremendously exciting round, people. Clear your calendars. This is the place to be. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with more action from this Superbet Chess Classic, a part of the Grand Chess Tour being played in Romania.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking 2 minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking 2 major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's 2 rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than 1 piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking 2 enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The world chess champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
The Chess.com Global Championship is your chance to play alongside many super streamers, grandmasters, title players, but also non-title players. I wanted to mention this is a tournament for everybody. The qualifiers are already on the way, so make sure to check out all the information on Chess.com's brand new event, which is open literally to every single one of you. All you need to do is to get verified to play and participate in the open qualifiers at any of the weekends when it suits you. Make sure to check out more information about this $1 million prize fund event of chess.com and how can you participate in the qualifiers and how can you qualify all your way to face your favorite streamers and fellow chess.com players, verified players at the Chess.com Global Championship. Now we are here for another tournament, Hammer, and this is another big one, $1.4 million prize fund at the Grand Chess Tour. But I think we are used to seeing these big, super huge prize funds for top events, but the Global Chess Championship is for everybody. So $1 million in prizes for anyone who is listening right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge event, just like this one. And speaking of this one, the Superbet Chess Classic, part of the Grand Chess Tour coming to you from Romania. I know, Anna, that you have some desire to check in on the Firouzja versus Rapport game, which we very early on dubbed the most exciting one of the round. And it's really living up to its billing.
It is such a crazy game. It has been crazy ever since the opening choice was on the board. Let's just zoom in on it, the Firouzja Rapport game, and see that the king is still, in fact, on f3 for white, with queens on the board, lots of pieces, lots of things happening. But what's not happening is castling. These players decided to not castle in this game ever, it feels like.
And let's try and see if we can catch up with what happened since we last joined in here. So the last time we saw it was the potential queen trade where Rapport, logically, I would say, decided to avoid the trade of queens because he felt he can exploit the precarious situation of white's king. In addition, there's a threat from the queen on the white pawn. But Firouzja, he doesn't care about a little pawn. He just developed his bishop and said, yeah, please take my pawn. If you do that, I'm going to have potential to use that open file to attack your queen. For instance, the knight can come in, the queen has to retreat, and then the rook taking advantage of the fact that there are no white pawns in the way, that rook can get into the attack so quickly.
Indeed. So in fact, the position is better for white without the existence of that b2 pawn. White is hoping it will be captured, but Rapport decides he doesn't want to play that kind of help chess and plays instead rook to d8. It looks like the rook is not doing anything there other than guarding the d7 pawn, but that's an important pawn to guard in the first place. That's the base of the pawn chain. And also black is aiming to chase that queen away from d6 by hopping to c8, back to c8 with the knight, but you don't do that kind of move with the rook stuck in the corner. So this is a coordination between the pieces. First the rook move, then knight c8 could come next.
And here Alireza, Alireza, he pushed his pawn up to b4, being very aggressive now, going up against the queen and bishop for black. And Anna said the plan was to go knight to c8, and that's just what he did. Once again, Alireza offering the trade of queens. And this time, he's even saying he's willing to give himself doubled pawns. What is the justification for these doubled pawns?
That's a great question, Hammer, because it looks ugly normally. Doubled isolated pawns are ugly, but here it doesn't matter the aesthetics. They are very efficient in stopping black from pushing the d pawn. So the whole idea with this rook and knight maneuver is to then push at some point in the right moment the d pawn, because black is lacking space. It is so tiny, the amount of space that black has for his pieces, that you really want to push the d pawn, but with a pawn on c5 and e5, it's not possible because of that en passant rule. I think we need to play that out on the board just in case. En passant, after d5, the pawn can be taken because the pawn is jumping through the capture square. This is this very awkward and very difficult to pronounce word, en passant, but it's legal. The pawn would be gone and black is lost.
I usually explain it that when a pawn moves 2 moves forward, it can be captured as if it only took 1 step forward.
Exactly. When the pawn is trying to be sneaky and jump across the capture square, you tell them, no, you cannot go that sneaky. There's a rule against it.
I also want to mention that these doubled pawns, one of the advantage of doubled pawns is that it per definition opens up more files for the rook. So we were talking earlier about how white really wanted to get rid of that b pawn. And that's essentially what this doubled pawns are doing, right? That the pawns are removed so that the rooks can invade along the b file. So
Very
this
true.
would have been just a tremendous position for white, which is why Rapport instead pushed his d pawn.
This is what he wanted. Yeah, the rook going to d8, knight c8. This was all about preparing that push, chasing the queen away and then pushing. And the cool thing is that they actually played out the en passant. They know it exists. E takes d6 was played in the game, and after knight takes d6, the queen now moved away from the trade. So suddenly, white is no longer that interested in the trade because the black king has become more vulnerable too. The e6 pawn is hanging with a check. The g7 pawn is hanging too.
Wow. So yeah, that's a bit of a controversial decision from Alireza there, because we've been talking about how the queen trade in general favors white, given that white has the most troublesome king position. But in addition to these threats against the black pawns, I also want to highlight the move c5, which could potentially be a problem because it would attack both the black queen and the black knight. So black now having to deal with a lot of threats against their position, and in fact cheating now, because frankly I would never be able to figure this out without enlisting some help from the computer engines. But the computers say there's only one move to save black in this position, and that one move is pawn to c5, voluntarily giving away this pawn, doing nothing to protect the pawn on e6 that can be captured with a check against the black king. And also, if this pawn is captured, it's a double attack on the queen and on the knight. Rickard Rapport, your countryman, Anna, he is in trouble right now because that just feels like an impossible move to find.
I think for the fact that it's an impossible move, he will find it because the position is so bad for black. He will have to find it with the process of elimination. Just the fact that there are so many threats, and then you think, okay, which one is the biggest? I don't want to lose a knight. Like the check, of course, queen e6 and queen g7, they look horrible for black. But the fact that c5 would win a piece on the spot is something that black, of course, has to address. So he will be looking at moves that maybe move the queen or the knight away, and the pawn push. The advantage of the pawn push and why this whole thing works for black is that it opens the long diagonal, and suddenly the white king is accessible too. So after b takes c5, black could give a check on c6, stepping away from the fork with a check, and suddenly tables are turning. The evaluation bar is showing it too, that it would be black who can play for a winning advantage probably.
Yeah, and that it's such a brilliant way of organizing the pieces, because when the king here moves, the knight will retreat, attack the queen, but having the benefit of having opened up for the black queen to protect the pawn in front of black's king as well. And if white continues grabbing pawns with the queen, then black will do their version of the delayed pawn cloud. But in fact, this would be a winning move for black because there's no way to prevent on the next move that that black will get their rooks pointing down towards the white queen and the white king. So even though black is down 2 pawns in this situation, it's a completely winning one, because the white king is in trouble. Logically, granted what has happened thus far in the game. You're not supposed to put your king in front of your pawns and think that's okay.
Yeah, but the fact that this whole line will only be on the board if Richard Rapport finds c5. So he is still thinking. I believe he still hasn't made a decision, but he'll have to find it. Every other move, whatever you do other than c5, is a losing position for black. So this is his only chance.
And I mean, this move, just to illustrate how mad it is. For instance, if white were to capture the pawn on g7 in this instance, there's no king e7. You cannot protect the rook in the corner in an easy fashion. But one of the moves being suggested is queen to b7, where you attack the king and you attack the queen at the same time. And once the trade is made, the bishop recaptures, attacks the king moves, and then at the end of it, this black pawn, which kind of randomly moved forward, is now also capturing one of white's pawns to equalize the material on the board. So yeah, this position is crazy, but it's no accident because frankly, this entire opening is just madness. And both players trying to play to their strengths. I feel like white often trying to get into situations where having the king already in the middle of the board would be an advantage. So that's why we're seeing so many options where the queen trade is actually favorable for the first player.
Very true. I think we're gonna leave Richard thinking he does have the advantage of time. He is ahead almost half an hour of time advantage he has collected from the previous move. So luckily for him, he does have the time to invest in this position. Critical moment. If he finds c5, he's in the game and this is still complex. If he doesn't find c5, his position is completely busted.
Big moment there. But there's one more game that we haven't. Oh, and he finds it.
Wow!
He finds it just as we were switching games.
He didn't
Rapport.
want our attention to go to another board, Hammer.
Yeah.
He knew.
Wow, he finds the move, but frankly, now it's Alireza having to make a big decision because Alireza can now capture this pawn with his pawn. He can capture it with his queen. He can capture with his queen on e6, which frankly we didn't even talk about yet, but it's a check on black's king, forcing the king to move and winning a pawn. So that's definitely something that needs to be considered. There's the capture on g7, and there's also simply just getting more pieces involved in this attack, or maybe trying to get the king away. There's so many potential moves for white here. I think Alireza will think for 15 minutes at the minimum.
Probably. So we will be back when Alireza makes a decision. But in the meantime, we finally get a chance to take a look at the last game that we have not analyzed yet. Again, apologies that we couldn't keep up with every game, but there's fireworks on every board. The lines, the opening choices have been very dynamic. So there was no stopping. There's no boring, no dull positions. This one perhaps is one of the more classical, more quiet ones, but we definitely need to show how did the players get into this middle game and what's going on right now, Hammer.
Yeah, and before we do that, I just want to point out that Dominguez with the white pieces is down 50 minutes on the clock.
So where did his time go?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, white is in big trouble in this game. And that's after only 15 moves. It's very rare for white to end up in trouble that early on. But how did it happen? We're about to find out, because this was another king pawn opening from Dominguez, and where we had the classical Spanish opening from Vachela Grab, we here see the Italian from Dominguez.
It was indeed the Italian, and we reach a normal classical position. Bishop c5, of course, is one of the main moves. Knight f6 is the other. After bishop c5, castle, knight f6, d3. Black also castles. And now after the move h3, Aronian goes for what he likes to do both in the Italian and in the Spanish. He often goes for variations with an early d5 for black. And why not? That square is not guarded by white's knight.
Yeah, early aggression here from Aronian, putting the pressure on white's bishop and on white's pawn. White makes the trade in the center, after which black has the advantage of having the more aggressive central pawn. But on the other hand, the reason this way of playing isn't seen that much at the top level it is that, yes, black has that central pawn more aggressively placed, but it's also vulnerable. It's much easier for white to attack that pawn in black's camp than it is for black to attack the white pawn.
Very true. So these are the pros and cons indeed. And we reach a moment after knight bd2 where I believe Aronian's move is a novelty. I cannot find any games for a5.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a mysterious move as well. Why play the pawn forward on the side of the board? Are you planning to just continue forward here? Are you not caring about your pawn in the center? I feel like the normal way of playing would be to offer more protection there. It's an interesting concept that is so high level that I don't really understand what the idea is.
Not only you didn't understand, Hammer, I think Dominguez too may not have understood exactly because he spent a lot of time, maybe not immediately after a5, but for the next couple of moves. So this is move 8 when a5 happened, and in the current position on our live board, that's move 15. So within the span of 7-8 moves, Dominguez has spent an hour of his time.
And some of that time was spent on moving the knight forward into the center, attacking black's bishop. The bishop retreats. White pushing c3. Okay. Pawn to f6. I like this move because we established the pawn chain. The pawns protecting each other up the board. That's something you want to try to do in your own games as well. And here, white pushes forward in the center. I'm not sure I like this move, Anna.
What is it that you don't like about it? Tell us, Hammer.
Well, after that pawn was captured, Dominguez didn't recapture. He went with his rook into the middle. Okay, mysterious play, but we've kind of gotten used to that at this stage of the tournament.
So he's claiming that he's not in a hurry capturing the d4 pawn because that pawn is pinned at the d file. If the pawn takes on c3, then the d5 knight is dropping. So that's true that he's in no hurry. But I guess you meant that you don't like much this d4 push because whether now or later, but white will have to take back on d4 with the pawn
we're getting
most
to
likely.
It. Yeah, we're getting to it. So yeah, capturing further was not in black's favor. But on the other hand, after king h8, Dominguez here felt that he needed to recapture in the center. And as you were saying, Anna, this pawn in the middle, it cannot be protected by other pawns. It's what we know as an isolated pawn. Because it's isolated from the rest of the pawn, the white pawns, its buddies, which means that this is going to be tricky to defend long term.
It is going to be tricky to defend, and also black's minor pieces, 2 of them are pointing at that pawn, and the third minor piece, this knight on d5, is beautifully sitting right in front of the pawn. So that's a great location for black's knight. For that reason, as ugly as f6 was, now that the king is on h8, stepped out of the diagonal, there are no real issues for black. It is white who has more weaknesses.
And black also continuing development, getting their bishop out. The knight retreats, attacking the bishop, but the bishop comes back, no problem. And when Dominguez moves his knight yet again, the bishop just comes into a good position to protect the knight in the center. I feel like the last 2 moves of Dominguez has just been kind of mistakes, to be honest. Because right now he's just moving his knights around. These knights were reasonably well located in the middle of the board, but he's actively moving them to the side. While, yes, he's pushing the black bishop around, but to my mind, that black bishop found its prime location. offering protection to its friend, the knight on d5. So, I mean, to me, this just looks great for Aronian.
Yeah, now that with the bishop maneuver, as you said, all the minor pieces of black are there with a purpose. The two that are putting pressure on the d4 pawn and the others, the d5 knight is well supported by this f7 bishop. The knight on h4 and the knight on g3 are all heading toward the same square, it feels like, toward f5, but only one of them will eventually move there. And then the other knight is pretty pointless where it will be, whether it's the g3 knight or the h4 knight that jumps onto f5. It feels like...
It was, in fact, the g3 knight that went up there.
Yeah, it feels like even if the bar, that was my last thought about it, that I wanted to add, that even if the bar says roughly equal or just slightly better for black, it certainly feels a lot more pleasant, a lot more natural to play this from black's perspective. And also the time pressure that white has on his shoulders is not going to help to find the most precise moves. And only with the most precise moves, it feels like white can hold this position.
Yeah, I agree. I'm liking Aronian's chances here.
I 100% agree, and I wouldn't be surprised if Aronian manages to win this game, even if it's only a slightly better position. But in terms of the practical chances, it is a really good chance for sure.
And with that, we're going to jump to one of our other games. It's the top game of the round. The two players who are currently in the lead in the tournament, Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they are battling it out in a position where Nepomniachtchi handed Wesley a free pawn in the opening, and he has managed to hold on to that pawn.
Yeah, let's go back if we could just briefly go through the moves to this night before moment. That's where we left it, and this was still the game of Nepomniachtchi against Anish Giri, Anish with the white pieces against Jan. And I think this is very deviated from the game because Wesley played rook takes a8, and I believe Anish's game was knight c3. So not a novelty rook takes a8 because that rook was hanging. It's normal to trade. And after queen takes a8, this is where Wesley develops the knight to c3.
So the knight then offering trades, which is pretty normal to do when you're up a pawn. If there are no more pieces and you're up a pawn in the pawn endgame, that usually means you can win the game. And that's essentially where Wesley is headed at this moment. Nepomniachtchi made the trade, but that allowed the white pawn that was standing alone on the far left of the board, that pawn is now able to kind of find its way in towards the middle and join the other white pawns in what we call the same pawn island. So let's look at that concept from here. All the white pawns are connected to one another. In theory, if we could make a couple of free moves here for white, we could see that that the pawns can work together and protect each other and stand next to each other, which is what is basically the definition of a pawn island. But if we go back to the situation before all of these trades, frankly, if we go back to where we were when we last looked at this game, I was kind of concerned about the safety of this b2 pawn because it was standing all by its own on that left side of the board where Nepomniachtchi was clearly focusing his attack.
Yeah, the crazy thing now that I had a moment to double check the Anish Giri game is that they end up transposing to that game, because even though Anish played here knight c3, in that game Nepomniachtchi plays knight c2, the knight fork forces that rook trade, so they end up in the exact same position as this game with queen a8, queen d2, and then the rest of the exact same trades that happened in this game. So they were repeating that game till a very long time, I think all the way till move 21. It's the exact same position as the Anish Giri Nepomniachtchi game.
Okay, so this was the position from the Anish Giri game.
Yeah.
And if I now go back to the position, oh, that didn't allow me to do that. But if we jump here to the position that did occur between Wesley and Jan, it was the same one on move 19. And it was the same one on move 20 after this trade.
Yeah, correct. And also rook to d8 was played in that game, as well as the rest of the moves all the way till pawn to h6 by black. Everything is the same, I believe.
Okay.
And here, in this moment, after 21 moves that they repeated from a previous game of Nepomniachtchi, instead of h4, which was the choice of Anish, Wesley has gone for a different pawn push, pawn to e3.
Wow. So, but how do you explain that they have spent time thinking getting to this point?
That's a great question, Hammer. At the start, I felt like it was also a bit of mind games. You don't want to show your hand. You don't want to show how well prepared you are. But at this stage, it's also, I think, considering alternatives, because they are aware of that game. But how well do they have it analyzed? Do they trust that the moves that were played in that game were the very best, or are they trying to find better alternatives as they are thinking through it, having this position on the board? In classical chess, it can happen that you're aware of a game played by very strong players, but you also want to improve on it because you're not necessarily agree with all of the moves. They agreed with 21 of the moves. Move 22, novelty.
Wow. And I find it really interesting that Jan is refusing to make the trade bishop for knight, which would end up in a situation where the bishops would go on different color schemes. The white bishop would attack the light squares. The black bishop would attack the dark squares. And this is often considered a very drawish kind of play. But Jan is multiple times he had the option of making that trade, but he chose not to because clearly he believes that it's easier to defend this with the both bishops still on the board.
It seems to be the case. So he doesn't mind that it's a pawn down and he's not trading into that opposite colored bishop position, but he wants to keep the pair of bishops as his advantage to compensate for the material. And after queen h4, bishop b4, the queen has gone back to g4. So a bit of back and forth, but I don't think it's a repetition of moves being offered. It's simply which square is the right one for which piece. What do you think black will do here now that you're the one that needs to prove what do you have for the pawn down?
Honestly, I don't like Nepomniachtchi's position or his approach. I feel like if this was what he was aiming for, he's just begging to be I'm trying to find a better word than tortured, but he's volunteering for suffering. That's the truth of it. And right now I really like Wesley's idea. I think the point of his previous move is that he wanted to get his queen off this h4 square because he wants to use that square for his knight. So if Jan, for instance, now tries to put his pawns on the light squares, so that it works very well together with his bishop on the dark squares, then Wesley will have the option of moving his knight to the side of the board, opening up between the bishops. And the reason it's so crucial to have the knight here is because the knight needs to offer protection to said bishop. And like this situation where we're going to have a trade and black is going to have a bishop against a knight but beat down this important central pawn. I mean, this just looks bad for black, in my opinion.
It does look really bad, and it's also the kind of position for Wesley that is two possible results. He's got an extra pawn and he's going to try to win this game. Worst case, it's a draw. But it's very hard to imagine a scenario where black would have any winning chances. Black is trying to not lose the game.
Yeah, and white is just going to be able to try many different plans and kind of keep the tension for a very long time. And so you have to be fit and alert to be able to deal with this, which of course Nepomniachtchi is. But even like being under pressure for an extended period of time, it's so common to like make one silly mistake and boom, the game is over.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to note is if we look at the clock situation. I'm misclicking here.
Don't worry, you're just reminding us of the opening. That is the same opening that Jan has analyzed for the World Championship match against Magnus. We mentioned how all these lines were some of his main preparations against Magnus. So of course he has them very well analyzed, but this is a bit shaky. I agree with you, Hammer. It's a bit of a suffering to defend this.
Well, he's made the choice to suffer himself, right? He knew that he would get this position because he played it against Anish previously. But look at the time situation was going to be my point. Because Jan Nepomniachtchi is famous for playing incredibly quickly. And actually, yesterday's game, Jan had an hour and 40 minutes left when the game ended. He had more time when the game ended than when the game started, because he played quicker than the extra time they received per move and on move 40.
That would be a trademark in Nepomniachtchi. What you're saying is that the fact that they are almost at the same time means Jan is not in his element. He's not feeling that good about this position.
Yeah. So that often when they're equal on time, it means we cannot exert any information from that. But in Jan's case, we can. The fact that he is not significantly up on time, despite this being an opening, he knows very well and has kind of chosen to go for on purpose. I think he's unhappy with his position, hence the time usage. And I'm not liking his position. He might still make a draw, but it's a suffering for him.
Not going to be an easy path for sure. We will take a quick break now, but when we are back, we shall see. We shall figure out whether Nepomniachtchi has made a choice after Queen G4. And of course, we will get back to the rest of the games as well, because there's so much going on in this round. All sorts of crazy, fresh, dynamic positions with king marches, material sacrifices. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very quick break. And when we are back, the rest of the action will continue here at your broadcast.
Hey everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again with another Chess Terms and Tactics Explained. Today's tactic is the pin, which is an immobilizing tactic, a tactic that restricts and, as you can kind of see, holds the enemy pieces down so that you might bring more firepower to them, hopefully win material down the road. We start out with a basic description. One of the most common ways you see a piece pinned is right before your eyes. A bishop pinning a knight to a major piece. Often the queen or the king is what you see here. Obviously, the knight moving out of the way allows the queen to be taken, so usually not an ideal thing to do. Hence, one of the most common examples of a pin, the bishop to the knight. The next pin is an absolute pin. An absolute pin means it is against the rules. You absolutely cannot move that piece, and it allows for slightly more powerful types of tactics. When the king is involved, the buck stops right there. Here we see the queen sacrifice herself on d7, moving the rook into a pin by the bishop on h3, and that allows for the checkmate to follow, white bringing the rook all the way down to the e8 square. An absolute pin is the type of pin you can hang your hat on, for lack of a more awkward, cringy pun, right? TM, awkward puns by Danny Wrench. Take that, Danya. Who's got the awkward puns now? This example really shows you what's at stake when the king is involved. Absolute pins really immobilize the enemy pieces because they simply cannot move per the rules of the game. Our next relative pin is also just designed to show that while the knight can legally move, probably not something you want to do because the queen will hang. Okay, and with that last description, we're going to jump over to our real game example. This taken from the World Chess Championship match between Alexander Aljohan and Jose Raul Capablanca long ago. This is one of the most amazing, one of my favorite examples of the power of a pin. It started with the move f4. Really a nice move to put the black queen on an even worse square than whence she stood on the centralized e5 point. With the queen completely out of the way and no chance you could ever move this rook and safeguard the lady, white now eliminates the knight on e4 and spends every move from here on out preparing to bring the rook to gang up on the relative pin. Now, why can't white do that right away? Bringing the rook to c1 would allow black to take with check, as the only thing that's more valuable perhaps than a hanging queen is a hanging king. White would have to take back, and Aljohan would have gained absolutely nothing for the pin. So instead, Aljohan plays the brilliant king f2, getting the king off of the checking square. Only then, after protecting the threat of a check on h4 with g3, does white bring the rook to c1 and ultimately see his opponent, Jose Raul Capablanca, resign. Hope you're enjoying the Chess Explained Terms breakdown. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show that you're watching right now. I'm going to let you get back to it with the team, and I will see you around on chess.com.
with the Superbet Chess Classic coming in from Romania, a part of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Anna Rudolph, and we got some really exciting games going on right now, including the hometown hero, Bogdan Daniel Deac, playing with the black pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov of Azerbaijan. And Bogdan, he actually won yesterday in somewhat lucky fashion, exploiting the blunder of Rapport. But now it looks as though his great and calm play might give him another win. What do you think, Anna?
This position and the entire game has been so complex. If we roll back just a few moves as a recap, a few moves ago, Black willingly placed the queen on the c file, stepping onto the same file where the white rook is. So stepping eventually into a discovered attack. White could have won a pawn with bishop takes e6, but in fact, that's what Black wants, because after queen b6, the bishop is for real hanging. And thanks to the missing pawn from e6, suddenly the c8 bishop is active and is attacking the g4 pawn. So it would help Black's development had White captured the pawn. And as crazy as it is, this queen c7 move, there were still games, one game in particular, Gukesh versus Wesley So, where this exact same position happened. Now, in the game of Gukesh took the pawn, Mamedyarov didn't. He played knight to g3, and we praised this move. Remember, Hammer, we were like, this position for Black is really difficult. You're up a pawn, but your development is way behind. Your king will be attacked in no time. So what happened after? How is it that Mamedyarov is now crushing through with the attack? It looks very promising.
Yeah, well, frankly, he might still be crashing through with the attack. It's just that I noticed the computer's evaluation was trending in the Romanian's favor. In this instance, he moved his queen back, so he kept the pressure against the white pawn in the center. Mamedyarov, at this point, he continued his attacking ways, pushing the pawn up on the side of the board. Bogdan retreating his knight. They say that with a knight on f8, you can never be checkmated. And while that is not entirely true, it is fair to say that the protection this knight offers to the h7 square is very crucial. Because when Mamedyarov now played bishop d3, he's probably wanting to go queen e4 later on, but the queen and bishop together cannot threaten checkmate as long as the knight is posted where it is. And after b6, an attempt at getting the bishop out, g5 was played by Mamedyarov, bringing us to the current position and the difficult decision of having to deal with the threat against the black pawn protecting the black king.
Yeah, Black has so far, as you mentioned, has done a really good job with the knight on f8, helping the kingside defense. What Mamedyarov is pointing out is that there are other points, targets on the king side and in front of the black king, such as the g7 pawn, for instance. If White could manage to attack that spot, then the f8 knight is not helping. The f8 knight is guarding the h7 square. So the opening of the g5 would favor White to get to g7. But things are not as simple, of course, because by pushing your g-pawn, you're also weakening your own king, and the black bishop has just appeared on the long diagonal. So this is a very double-edged position with both kings being targets.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, it's a nightmare to play such a position, in my opinion. But it seems to me that Mamedyarov would like to capture this black pawn on the side of the board, thinking that if there's a recapture, you just open up towards this black king, and there should be it should be fairly easy for white to get a rook involved to point down towards that king.
Hmm.
But Black's plan here is not to recapture, but instead use the bishop to capture the white knight. And when that knight, the bishop is recaptured, the black queen, which frankly has located itself way too far away from its own king, the queen here actually shows off how much of a long distance piece it is, coming in from the left side over to the right side and offering some very needed protection around the black king. So the computers are saying this is okay for black, despite
Yeah.
the attack going on.
And it says it's almost more than okay because with the queen on e5, that's helping in the defense, but also in the attack, and the h4 pawn too is in the air. So the white king becomes really exposed as well now that the queen is closer and the position is opening up in general for black's pieces too.
But at the same time, I feel like this is very likely to happen because
Mm.
white's pawn can continue forward, capturing in towards eliminating those pawns, protecting the black king. And if black here recaptures that pawn with the queen, white can move the king away, get ready to have a rook over here, pointing down towards that black king. It just looks tremendously dangerous.
I agree with you that this is still like playing with fire from Black's perspective. But if he manages to survive this attack of Mamedyarov, White will not have enough material on the board. So we do have the move that you have said, Hammer, that taking on h6 is the most straightforward for White. And we shall see if Bogdan will go for bishop takes f3. That, according to the engine, is the best move here. Any other response, like g takes h6, of course, is really bad. Opening up the g5, g6 would be an attempt to try to keep the g5 closed, but that looks just very shaky, that defense.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see a winner in this game. Either Mamedyarov manages to break through with his aggressive attacking play, or Bogdan Daniel Deac can take a second win in a row and actually end up leading this tournament despite being the lowest ranked player, just through having more pawns than the opponent. Right now, if he captures on f3 and then brings his queen up, not only does he get his queen in a good position, he's also up a pawn, which, you know, it doesn't feel that important when your king is under attack. But if you manage to fight back the immediate attacking strategies white has up their sleeve, that could be the what you need to win the game.
And I think he will find it. I think he has to find it because that's the only move. Again, similarly to Richard Rapport's game, where he had to find c5. Here, bishop takes f3 is the only way with which black can stay in the game. Every other move, anything other than bishop takes f3, is just really bad for black, and the king is going to struggle.
Yeah, so we'll check in on that game to see if the Romanian player does play his bishop trading with White's knight. In the meantime, we're going to be moving over to MVL, which is our chosen way of saying Maxim Vacher-Lagrave.
Hammer, sorry, just one thing, because I only realized as we were switching them, Mamedyarov is also lower on time. So Bogdan does have a good 20-minute time advantage. So plenty of time to find that move in a critical position. He has to play bishop takes f3.
Yeah. And having moved to the Vacher-Lagrave game, we can see that not many moves have been made since we last checked in on these guys. Knight g3 was the last move we saw, and we commented on the fact that this knight limits the options of white's bishop. And we were curious what would happen if the pawn came forward to attack the bishop. MVL, he has chosen to retreat. And now we were wondering what happens if the pawn moves forward to attack that white bishop and, in a sense, trapping it because it has nowhere safe to go.
But Fabiano didn't push g5. It feels like he was worried about the piece sacrifice on g5. White would give up a piece for 2 pawns and an attack on the king side. So instead of g5, he took on c3. And queen takes c3 is the current position, I believe.
Yeah, so Fabiano was offering a trade of the queens, putting the queens up against each other. Maxim, he didn't want any of that. He recaptured the black pawn with his queen. And now another time to ask the question, what happens if the black pawn in front of the black king steps forward and tries to win the white bishop?
And that question, according to our evaluation bars, jump is responded by strong dynamic moves, such as rook to d1. I believe rook to d1 is the engine's top choice to bring the rook into the game with a tempo, attacking the queen. And in case of a queen move, well, to be fair, the queen doesn't have any good moves because the knight on c6 is hanging. So maybe we can rule that out.
Yeah, so the queen has to move, but when the queen moves, she loses her protection of the knight with a winning position for Vachier Grave. So I feel like this is another one of those situations that could easily end up a win for white, and it could easily end up a win for black. It's just completely unclear.
Yeah. So to recap this last pair of moves, g5 was possible earlier before the trade on c3 to win the piece, and that would have been a question. I'm sure that Caruana has calculated it, and there's something he didn't like, so he didn't go for g5. But after the trade on c3, it no longer is possible because of the opening of the d and c files and rook d1 as a counter.
So why did he then make the trade of pawns if this just helps white get their rook into a position where they can attack the black queen?
That is a very good question. Very good question. After rook d1, there's still knight d4, but that's undermined by knight e5, so that cannot be the answer. Top move of the computer here is b4 to force that queen step away from this very strong location where it's putting pressure on the c6 knight.
But
at the same time, yeah, I was wondering why not queen c5? You are just holding on to the c5, right? So this engine line is weird.
You're forcing the queen to an even better location.
I know. It's such a complex line that after queen c5, now it wants to play knight d4 as if it's better with the queen on the c5, but engine lines sometimes can make not much sense to the human eye, because why, as you said, Hammer, why chase the queen to a better square?
I think I just realized why. I think after this knight to d4 move, trying to trade with the white knight, what white wants to do is punish this by capturing the pawn in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. But then the queen can take one step forward, offer a trade with the white queen. And I think this is the essence. You want to force the white queen forward so that you can offer this queen trade. Because once that queen trade is made, you attack both the white knight, and you still have this threat of the pawn in front of the king attacking white's bishop. It's just that you needed to get the queens exchanged off before you dared to push the pawn that was supposed to defend your own king. But now that the queens have been traded, I'm so blind. You're attacking the knight and you're attacking the bishop. I didn't even see that bishop. Yeah.
Just one more problem to add to white's list.
So yeah, I I mean, I still don't completely get it, but I'm I am convinced that the ideas that Black is looking for right now, all of them have to do with the bishop on the side of the board and the potential of trapping this bishop with the move b4. It's just that Black needs to get some trades before you can do that pawn push in front of the king safely.
Yeah, and that's why a couple of moves ago, knight to g3 was perhaps not the most accurate. Maxime has placed the knight on g3, which is a natural knight maneuver to head toward that e4 spot, which would be a lovely, lovely square for the knight. But because of knight g3, this bishop ended up having not much space. So h6 was played by Fabiano, and it points out that g5, either here or in one of the upcoming moves, is in the air always to trap the bishop.
Yeah, the knight is just blocking the bishop's retreat.
So this is the current position. After queen takes c3, Fabiano still hasn't made a decision. Definitely, he must be calculating those very, very forcing lines such as b4 and knight d4, but he has to figure out the exact precise move order because it's such a concrete line. I think we're gonna let him figure it out.
Oh my gosh!
He's not playing b4.
Wow.
So rook takes f3, an exchange sacrifice, a move that we haven't discussed because, to be fair, it looks pretty crazy. Hammer, your thoughts?
Yeah, I should have said your thoughts before you got the opportunity to say it. Well, let me say that if you take back with the queen, then the knight can come up to d4, attack both the queen and the bishop. The queen is able to move in such a way that you defend your own bishop, but after the trade, at the end of the line, Black has to move queen d4 check, which both attacks the white king and that bishop on the side of the board that we've been struggling to defend all this time.
So it's still a bad age for bishop, but not the trapping of the bishop, simply that it's an undefended piece. But yeah, Hammer, that leads us to the conclusion that g takes f3, as ugly as it is, but it has to be considered so that you don't step into this knight fork.
Yeah. So pawn takes is the move.
And what does Fabio want here?
Well, g5, I guess, right?
And the bar is jumping crazy up. There's something here for white. Is it still...
g5 attacks the bishop. The bishop has nowhere to go. But the computer is suggesting the move knight to e4, which says, if you now capture my bishop, I'm going to come in with my knight and do one of these forks where I threaten both your king and your queen and your rook just for the fun of it. And you're going to lose your queen and the game. And if you
pretty family fork, so it refused g5 because after knight e4, the bishop has a retreating square or two.
Yeah, you can protect against this knight fork, but then the bishop can get away. So
so what is the point after g takes f3? What is it that Fabiano wants to play? He sacrificed an exchange. He thought about it for quite a long time, so he must have something. Of course, you don't just give up your rook out of desperation.
And pawn takes rook has been played, and Fabiano, without thinking, immediately moved his knight up in the middle. And Fabiano, at this stage, he's down a bishop in return for 2 pawns. So that is the current material situation. But on the other hand, this white bishop is on the edge of the board. It's facing some trouble. It's not clear how to get that bishop back home. And if MVL does something like bishop forward in the middle of the board, then the bishop is blocking the path of the knight, and then you can do this g5 move and still try to trap the bishop on the side. Uh, this is a tremendously complicated position, which is not unfamiliar to us today because it shares that trait with the Mamedyarov Deac game and the Firouzja Rapport game.
Yeah.
And the Aronian Dominguez game.
This whole day has featured so many incredibly exciting and dynamic positions. We cannot complain for sure. No boring variations, no theoretical draws. And after knight to d4, apparently, according to the computer, one of the only moves for white that will hold the advantage, that will keep the position better for white, is bishop to d1. But if that's one of the only moves to keep the edge, man, it's not an easy position because rook to d1 feels natural too. And there are a couple of other moves that would come to mind.
Yeah. Rook to d1 definitely feels natural as well. I think we're going to let MVL, Maxim, with the white pieces, ponder this situation a little bit. And we're going to continue moving this time to the Firouzja versus Rapport game. Which
Hammer,
has
can I just request just for a second? I know we shouldn't be jumping too much, but the local hero Bogdan Deac was in a critical position and he made a choice. I just want to update the viewers real quick about him finding bishop takes f3, because we were discussing this line, how important it was for him to spot it.
And after the trades, he has been able to get his queen involved into the middle of the board. White is down a pawn, but has an idea of attacking along this open file towards the black king. So a very tense situation going on right there. And Bogdan will be very happy looking at the time that he has an extra 15 minutes because they're going to need it for this game.
Yeah, here he is thinking again, because obviously queen takes g7 is one of the moves, but you explained, Hammer, that then you have the queen and the king on the g file. Once the white king shifts away, white is bringing the rook to g1. It looks very scary, very dangerous. So he's thinking whether to even capture that pawn or not.
And sometimes that's an idea you can use in your games, where not capturing a pawn that's standing in front of your king could be a good idea, because that pawn will then prevent the opponent from giving checks on you. Because if your king is protected by your own pawns, the opponent can try to capture your pawns and kind of get rid of that defensive strategy. But when it's your opponent's pawn blocking, you're not allowed to capture your own pieces. So that can actually be a problem. To have a pawn standing in front of the opponent's king, because then your own pawn is kind of blocking for your rook and queen wanting to give a lateral check.
Very important to consider this, and here it could very well be the best move to not touch the pawn.
Deac has played queen takes g7, so he does capture that pawn. And it's a position where black is up a pawn, but where both kings, but black's in particular, is in some very real danger. So we'll want to check in with that game pretty frequently. But first, we're going to check out how Firouzja and Rapport actually kind of made their game less exciting.
Yes, what happened? The king was on f3, that stayed that same way, but there were queens on the boards last time we saw it, and with a potential attack, they were hanging pawns with checks and all that after c5.
Yeah, so we're moving back to the position where we left off. We said that the move c5 was in fact the only acceptable move for black, and Rapport, he found it. The pawn was captured by the queen, So Alireza, knowing that he has that king in the middle of the board, he wants to get a trade of queens. He wants to get that trade and actually moves his queen back to where it came from in order to make that trade happen. Rapport, he uses his rook to attack the queen, but doesn't do anything to prevent the exchange, which is what Alireza was aiming for all along. In this moment, White is up a pawn, but there's no defending that guy on c4.
So that pawn will drop, and that explains why this situation is not that bad, I was gonna say, but the bar is claiming that even after losing the c4 pawn, Firouzja will have the upper hand. Rook to c1 has been played. The pawn is captured on c4, and after bishop takes, knight takes c4. We have had a few more moves in the game.
Knight to d3, king to e7, and pawn to a4. So it's equal on material. Both players have the same amount of rooks, knights, and pawns. But the crucial difference here is that White has 2 pawns against 1 on the far side of the board, the side of the board where the kings are not located. And that means often you can use those far side pawns as a distraction in the endgame, so that the opponent has to run over, in this case, to the left side of the board to stop those pawns advancing. But then you say, okay, I tricked you. You're busy over here. I will attack on the other side. And that is the reason why Alireza right now has a very pleasant position. And I would say excellent chances of winning. I think it's going to be a very difficult defensive task for the Hungarian Rapport, who, let's not forget, had a very difficult game yesterday, where he made a huge blunder and lost a game where, frankly, he shouldn't have lost. So he's probably not in the best mental state either.
Yeah, it's really rough to have to play this difficult position after a game where he was winning, and he blew up his advantage to even then not settle for a draw, but lose the game with a blunder. And it also feels like it's affecting him today. It's true that, as you mentioned, the position was really difficult. He found c5, but apparently after queen takes c5, rook c8 was not the best move. The computer suggested there that he should have taken the queen on c5, and after b takes c5, knight b7, that way tried to get the pawn back.
So maybe that would have been a superior way of regaining the pawn. But that's chess. You can't always find the best moves. And right now, Rickard did not. And as a result, he's suffering in an endgame. I'm predicting we're gonna see multiple decided games in this round. We're gonna see some shuffles on the leaderboard.
Which would be crazy considering the pattern. Sorry, Hammer, don't mean to cut you off, but just the fact that it's a classical tournament. So in classical chess, we always see many more draws than decisive results. And that was the pattern in the previous 3 rounds. Only 1 decisive game every day with 4 draws out of the 5 games.
Yeah, I'm predicting that's about to change today. So you may want to keep watching this action from the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania, part of the Grand Chess Tour. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with more as we approach the time trouble phase of the games.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench at your service. Once again, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, doing what they have me do now, explain more chess terms and tactics. On the docket for us today is the skewer. The skewer is one of the most forcing tactics in chess. It's an artillery tactic, if you will, because it blasts your opponent's pieces out of the way where they reluctantly have to allow you to capture whatever is waiting behind your attacking piece, or behind their defending piece, if you will. The skewer occurs on the straight lines of the chessboards only. It is a tactic that can occur on diagonals, ranks, and files only. Here we see a pretty simple example. A queen comes up to the diagonal, forcing the king out of the way to win the queen behind it. Again, I like this position because it shows you the difference clearly between a skewer and a pin. Whereas a pin has the less valuable piece in front of the more valuable piece, not able to move, immobilized as we described it in our pin video, a skewer forces the more valuable piece out of the way, whether they like it or not. In this next example, we see that really clearly on the board. The bishop comes to the f3 square, the more valuable piece is attacked, reluctantly allowing the knight to be captured on b7. As much as the queen might like to stay on the d5 square, she acknowledges that she's more valuable to her army than the knight behind her on b7, but the knight is not happy to be lost regardless. This is a very clear example of the more valuable piece being forced out of the way in order to give a capture to the least valuable piece, the less valuable piece behind it. As always, we bring it to a close with a real-life position. This one, not a real-life position stolen from a game, but rather a famous and important puzzle shared with me by our own Vice President of Content, Sam Copeland. This particular position really illustrates the geometry of the skewer because white is facing his own double attack. The rook on c5 and the checkmate threat on h8 are both problems. But with the move rook h5, exclamation point, we attract the rook, attraction tactic coming in a future video, to h5, so that we can then follow with rook a6 check, and no matter where the king goes to the 5th rank, the rook is lost to a skewer at the end of the line. I really like this position. Glad Sam shared it because it shows the power of when you know a tactic and it sits in your brain with knowledge, you can sometimes get yourself out of tougher positions that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. A move like rook h5, not something you're going to play every day to give away a rook for free if you're not aware of the awesome geometry that can occur on a chessboard and the ways that a skewer can win material at the end of a combination like this. So, hope you're enjoying these Chess Explained videos. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show. I'm going to send it back to the commentary team now, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to our broadcast of the Grand Chess Tour's first event, the Superbet Chess Classic. Before we continue with our analysis of the games, let me remind you that tomorrow there's a big event you don't want to miss. It is going to be Gotham Chess versus Nemo. That is going to be the first match of the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. So be here tomorrow for the very first match featuring Levi Roseman against Nemo in the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, where Hammer couldn't participate, unfortunately. Too high of a title. I could, and I was invited, but I said I'm way too retired for this. I'll watch and I'll cast, but I'm not playing.
But someone who are playing, that's Jan Nepomniachtchi going up against Wesley So. And Jan, very early on in the game, gave away a pawn. And if we look at the position right now, that is the same case right now. He is still down a pawn, but he has succeeded in making some more trades, making it even more drawish. We can actually step back and see where we last left off with this game. And in this moment, we were discussing how Wesley was planning to go knight to h4 and try to get the trade between the bishops, going into a knight versus bishop endgame. And Nepomniachtchi decided he didn't like that idea. So he took this opportunity to make the trade, giving away his bishop, but in return, getting that classic bishop of opposite colors, with the black bishop controlling the dark squares and the white bishop controlling the light squares.
And it seems that this started to give more and more of a chance for Nepomniachtchi to get closer to that desired holdable position, with Queen A5 controlling the fifth rank. Of course, it's still an extra pawn for white, but it looks more difficult to do something, to make progress. After Queen A5, Rook B1 was played by Wesley. The bishop went back to D6, H4, gaining more space on the king side and perhaps further pushing later, or just getting some more room for the white king. And then a rook trade was offered by Nepomniachtchi. What do you think of the rook trade here? Is it something that favors black or white?
I thought it was a difficult call to make. Wesley, he went for the trade. The computers did not appreciate that solution, but he made the trade with a very concrete intention, because he followed it up, pushing his pawn in the middle, trying to put pressure on this black pawn in the center. And if the black pawn were to capture the white pawn, then the queen would come in, give a check on the king, while simultaneously attacking the bishop. So I feel like the trade was made by Wesley, thinking that he could capitalize on that bad placement of the black bishop on the side of the board.
It seems that to be the case, but Nepomniachtchi had a counter to this pawn push. He gives a check on A1, and after king to G2, the queen simply dropped back to E5 to protect the E6 pawn, and also now threaten to capture on D5 because the queen is protecting the B8 bishop.
And that was a success for Nepomniachtchi. Wesley did try one more trick. He went with his queen to C4, with the idea that if black now captures in the center, he had some very clever plans of the queen infiltrating towards the black position, attacking the king, and then kind of coming in behind the black pawns. And it turns out a situation like this, despite white not even being up a pawn, it's a winning strategy, because the black king is just suffering with no control of the light squares that the white queen and bishop is using to attack. So that was pretty clever in my mind. But Nepomniachtchi, he didn't fall for it. And he said, I'm just going to get my bishop forward, because then afterwards my bishop can step back and give the king the protection it deserves.
It is indeed very important improvement for the bishop. And now that it's helping the king, white no longer has any punches or threats and ends up taking on e6, the pawn.
And offering the queen trade, a queen trade here would guarantee the draw. Wesley needs to keep the queens on the board for a checkmating attack. That's the only way he can win at this stage. He tries to get his bishop together with his queen, pointing in the direction of black's king. The queen retreats. Wesley, he continues forward with his pawn on the side of the board. Nepomniachtchi definitely still under pressure, but it's difficult to see how white will break through. I think white's strategy will have to be to move the pawns forward in the middle, and that is going to take some time to accomplish.
For sure, it will take some time. And because there's not much material on the board, even though white is up a pawn with opposite colored bishops and only having a queen each, apart from the bishops, it certainly is a difficult task to win this position. But he has to keep the queens on the board. As you said, without the queens, once the queens are traded, this is an immediate draw. There is not a single chance to win this if you trade queens.
But I'm going to say Wesley still has a reasonable shot at winning this. Mm-hmm. So we'll definitely continue to keep an eye on the ensuing play, and especially that white pawn making its way forward on the board. In the meantime, we're going to stop by Dominguez and Aronian.
Whoa, Hammer, since we left it, quite a few things have happened. Can we roll through those moves?
Yeah, a lot has happened. And the last time we were here, we were looking at this position, where we said black had good chances to win the game due to the long-term problem of the white pawn on d4, which cannot be protected by other pawns, and as such is a long-term weakness.
Yeah, that was the case, but so many moves happened since that I think we're going to roll through somewhat quickly. After knight f5, rook e8, after the rook trade, which was accepted, rook takes, queen takes, and queen g4, threatening checkmate in one, which Aronian somehow spotted and defended with queen f8.
And then it's all about developing the pieces. The bishop steps out so that the rook can get involved on the next move. Speaking of rooks getting involved, Aronian had the same idea. Both players bringing their rooks in from the corner.
Mm-hmm. They both did, and after the rooks were developed, also some knight maneuvers started to unfold, because this f5 knight of white is a strong piece, putting pressure on the king side of black. So this is a piece that black is trying to trade, of course, and also it opens up the bishop's diagonal, so multiple trades are going to happen. Bishop takes f7, queen takes f7, and the white decided to leave the knight on f5 as the h4 knight is backing it up. So black's capture is not a big deal. Bishop to c3 was played to guard further that d4 pawn.
But this kind of illustrates the problem of having such a pawn in the middle that cannot be protected by the other pawns. Now the bishop has to take a pretty passive position defending that pawn. And Aronian, he tries to trade off the aggressive white knight, and then he tries to push it away with his pawn as well.
Yeah, it does give up the h6 square, so white plays knight to h6, attacking the queen, but the knight on h6 is not well placed unless there's something concrete. That knight is basically trapped. So after the queen moved to f8, threatening that knight, the question is, if you cannot move that knight, how do you defend it, or what's the response here?
And Dominguez's choice was very interesting. He moved his pawn forward in the middle of the board. That pawn is undefended, seemingly could be captured by the black rook, but there was a big trick. If the rook captures, white will play their rook in on the other side of the board, threatening the queen, threatening the king. The only way to save the queen is by capturing the rook. But unfortunately, that means the king is left to its own devices. And the coordination between white's bishop and this knight turns out to be incredible, as it's a checkmate in the corner of the board.
That is a beautiful tactical pattern. Unfortunately for Dominguez, after d5, it's not obligatory to capture the pawn. Aronian simply jumps to b4 with the knight, threatening to capture on d5 with the knight, and that would guard the f6 square too further. So here it's already very tricky. The knight on h6 is still kind of hanging, not immediately though, because the queen has to be guarding f6. Bishop takes f6 would win the rook on d8. So the question is, how do you improve this position further? It looks like f6 is the weakest spot. And for that reason, Dominguez played queen to e6.
Queen to e6, attacking f6 together with that white bishop. Aronian using his king, moving it forward to give protection to that weak spot. And right now, Dominguez had to deal with the threat to his knight, as well as the threat to the pawn in the middle. So he chose to capture the knight because the knight was the piece that was threatening the pawn in the center. But when Aronian recaptured and the knight retreats, it turns out when Aronian now offers the queen trade, it's not only a queen trade, it's also an X-ray vision on that white pawn in the middle of the board. And the computers here say that it's a winning position for black because there's no way to defend that pawn in the middle. And Dominguez, look at his clock. He was down to just 2 seconds when he made his move. He decides to retreat the queen, but then the pawn in the middle is ripe for the taking. And Aronian is going to be up a pawn. He's going to have the superior rook. He has the superior bishop pointing down towards the opponent's king. He has even some potential of his queen snatching up a pawn on the side of the board. This game is going to be a win for Aronian. And Dominguez kind of faltering very early on with the white pieces. He never recovered from that weak pawn in the center. And that weak pawn is what decided the game. And we know that because it just got captured. And
you disliked it when he pushed d4 and when that isolated pawn was gonna become a thing on the board in the first place, and it wasn't gonna be captured until now. I agree with you that the time disadvantage, the fact that he's down to his last 34 seconds is one of the smaller issues that he is experiencing here. The position is lost. There is a 30-second increment for those of you wondering how did he not lose on time. Every move, they receive 30 seconds as increment. And if they make it to move 40, they will get an additional half an hour added to the clock. This is move 30. So 10 more moves to be played. But Dominguez is in a lost position, even if he survives the time disadvantage.
So I'm going to say Aronian making a splash here. He's going to manage to win this with the black pieces, is my prediction. And with that, we're going to have to move on to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana, because they have had some very exciting developments after Caruana, in the position the computers considered favorable for him. He sacrificed his rook in exchange for a white knight. Yes, he did then get his knight aggressively up in the center of the board, but at the same time, he's currently down a bishop in exchange for 2 pawns. And right now, the computers are liking the Frenchman's position as he got his knight into the middle of the board, making also sure that his bishop can retreat next. When Fabiano played his bishop up to c4, his idea was to come up with the queen to h3. He has that knight pointing in towards the white pawn, the rook as well, the bishop pointing in the king's direction too. there seem to be a lot of threats on White's
Mhm.
king.
It does look terrifying. And there's one incredibly beautiful line that I would like to show after Rook F4, because King G2, I skipped the move. King G2 is guarding the H3 square. But after Rook F4, it feels like Black still has a really strong attack. The bishop is hanging. And if you drop the bishop back to the G3 square, ladies and gentlemen, it's puzzle rush time. The winning move, checkmated 2 with the Botas Gambit. Queen H3 check.
That is
crazy.
incredible. That
King
is
takes. Hammer, this is so pretty. We need to place that move on the board for showing bishop F1 checkmate.
wow. That is beautiful. What a trap.
Yeah, so Rook F4 is provoking the bishop to retreat, but also that bishop is hanging. So what do you do after Rook F4 if you cannot go to G3? There's the F2 and E1 squares as well.
Well, actually, now that you said this, let's see what happens if bishop to F2.
Good point, Hammer, because that also leads to Queen H3 check. The Botas Gambit strikes again.
It's kind of an even better version, right? Because it requires the extra move. The bishop comes in, check on the king. The king has one square to go to, but then the knight with the finishing touch.
Is so pretty that both bishop retreats, G3 or F2, the natural squares, they lose on the spot thanks to this queen sacrifice, leading to checkmate in 2 or checkmate in 3. But there's no way stopping it. Queen H3 is a winning move. For that reason, the only move is what Bashir has just played, bishop to E1.
Wow. And now, the idea is that if the bishop was on some of the other squares, those squares were kind of preventing the king from getting away. But now, since the bishop is not placed there, Queen H3 does not work anymore because the king can get out. But it gets out in the path where the bishop was previously located. And that's why the bishop just needed to get away so that the king could use those squares instead.
Yeah, this ugly bishop e1 apparently is the best move. It keeps White's advantage because White is not getting checkmated. To those of you who ask why the queen has to be taken in the first place, well, we can briefly show that, unfortunately for White, whether the bishop is on G3 or F2 after Queen H3 check, we are also aiming toward the back rank. So Queen F1 is coming as well. So unfortunately for the White king, this was going to be game over no matter what. You cannot allow this queen to appear there.
Wow, that is wow.
It's
But
so
I
pretty,
mean,
this tactical pattern.
Bashir Lagrave saw it. There's no doubt that he saw it. He found the right move, and clearly he was attentive to those trickery prepared by Fabiano.
Yeah, and now the question is to Fabiano. What is the follow-up? Is there a follow-up after bishop e1? Can he continue this attack? Because he's down on material. He's the one who has to prove that he's got something.
And according to the computer engines, the eval bar on the left side, it's saying plus 2.5, way more white than black on the side of the board, indicating that White has a sizable advantage and will win this game if nothing weird happens. Speaking of winning games, what was probably the most exciting game of the one of the most exciting games of the round has just ended. Mamedyarov and Deac have made a draw. And I don't understand what I'm looking at, because this seems like a very equal position with the same number of pawns and both kings being reasonably safe. What did they do with our crazy attacking position? Where did it go?
Yeah, this was such a promising attacking position. We said that if Mamedyarov's attack will not prevail, then Deac should be winning because he's up in material. What happened if the queen takes g7?
Yeah, this is where we left off. Let's recap what happened. The king went into the corner, opening up for the rook to point down towards that black king and queen. Deac, understandably, trying to make a queen trade here, putting the queens up against each other. And when the white queen came to give a check on the black king, Deac blocked with his knight. Mamedyarov Mamedyarov moved his bishop, attacked the rook in the corner. The rook moves, offering a trade with the white rook. Then Mamedyarov captured. Wow, very clever play by the Azeri Grandmaster. He first provoked the black rook to sit ready for an exchange because he knew that after the rooks were looking at each other, this massive trade of the knight for bishop, the queens, and then the rooks, it means that the black rook would have to step away from the protection of the pawn in the middle. And over the course of like 5 moves, pretty much every single piece disappeared off the board.
Yeah, it disappeared, and the pawn advantage has disappeared. So it looks like with this very precise move order, first forcing the rook to c8, then trading off everything, it is now Mamedyarov equalizing the position. It also is important that he realized that his attack was no longer that strong, and he had to go for the simplification and try not to lose the game.
Yeah, and the game just continued a couple of more moves. Black trying to make a trade of pawns on the side of the board. White improving the position of the king. The trade happened, and as Black tried to improve their position of the king to protect the pawn on e6, Mamedyarov just used his rook to chase the king away, then attack the pawn again. And they end up going back and forth with a draw result in what was a really, really tense and interesting game.
Yeah, this has definitely had the potential of being one of the decisive games of the round. It looked like one of the players was bound to win. Mamedyarov with his attack against the Black King, and in case Deac manages to defend precisely, he had the winning chances because of being up in material. It fizzled out. But it has been nevertheless a very exciting game. And we still have 4 games on the way, all of them with dynamic positions. Which one shall we go to next, Hammer?
We're going to go back to Dominguez, actually, because Dominguez is down to just seconds on the clock. So this is the game most likely to end very, very soon. And since we were here last, we've seen Aronian moving his bishop forward. I think the idea is just to get this bishop back into defense so that he can secure a win long term with an extra pawn. The queen came in to give a check on the king, supported by the knight. The king hides in the corner. The queen steps back, makes a threat on the pawn, and here Aronian played his rook back, which allowed, according to the computers, an opportunity for Dominguez to save the game.
Ooh.
The computers say
he had 32 seconds on the clock and he missed it. Knight a6 would have been the move.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's so low on time. He cannot find the moments where he can actually fight back. The idea here with this knight move is that when the queen moves away to attack the knight, white has the very, very brilliant queen to c4, which both puts a threat on the bishop and has the threat of the knight moving in to cause major problems for the king in the corner. And if the knight is captured, It turns out this situation, even though white is down a pawn, the threats against the black pawns are so significant that you can still survive.
It was a chance, but as we discussed, being low on time unfortunately has its price. He didn't spot that he had a chance. He probably already thought that all the moves are bad because he's down a pawn and in a tough spot. So instead of knight to h6, he played b3.
Yeah, and after b3, Aronian centralized his bishop. The bishop is well protected. It's also protecting one of black's own important pawns. This should be a game that Aronian can win, but we've already seen how the knight jumping around can cause some problems. Dominguez continues in that same vein now, jumping into the middle, attacking the black queen. The idea is that the bishop can capture the knight, but you cannot afterwards capture this white rook because that will leave your queen um, in trouble. Yeah, Dominguez fighting for his life, trying to make a draw. I don't think he's going to succeed because, as we said, the time situation is just, it means that even though he gets some chances to save himself, he's not able to find those opportunities.
Yes, and even here after 95, black is not forced to capture. He can simply move the queen away. Queen to f8 seems to be a strong move. It looks passive, but it's still guarding the f6 pawn, still guarding the f7 square, or queen to g7 or queen to f8. Both are holding that very important pawn on f6.
Yeah. So I think Aronian is going to be able to win this. We'll find out after we take another break. This is the Superbet Chess Classic from Romania, part of the Grand Chess Tour. There's still exciting games going on, especially Vachier Lagrave against the number, the one of the top players of the world the last couple of years, Fabiano Caruana. You don't want to miss that when we're back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the first event of the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, the Superbet Classic. Before we continue with our analysis of the games, a quick reminder that there's plenty of action coming up next, also in the Women's Speed Chess Championship, which is returning this month. This May, the Women's Speed Chess Championship will be held again. It is in collaboration with FIDE, and it is going to be the most important online tournament for titled female players in the world, fighting for a prize fund of $70,000. So make sure to stay tuned for the updates on the match schedule and who are going to be the participants. Hammer, as I said with the I am not a GM Speed Chess Championship, I was invited, but I'm so retired that I declined. I'll be a caster, not a competitor. And for the Women's Speed Chess Championship, I'm not strong enough to be invited.
Oh, really?
I think so. But they know that I'm retired. So one way or the other, I'm a caster for those events.
You've said no so many times they stopped inviting you.
Yeah, probably. But I'm always happy to be casting. I'm just very retired when it comes to competing. You still compete actively, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit, not much. But someone who is competing right now, that is Alireza Firouzja. And he's up against Rapport. And this was the position when we last left them. And I was saying that these two white pawns on the left side, having 2 against 1 on that side, was advantageous to Alireza because you can use that as a distraction for force the opponent to put all their focus over on the left side of the board so that you can start capturing pawns on the opposite side. And to be honest, that's not really what happened. Rickard, he moved his rook into the center sensibly, putting pressure on this white knight. The king moved back. The rook came forward to a very aggressive position. And the interesting thing now is what happens when Alireza continues pushing forward with that pawn on the side of the board. The rook is optimally placed behind the pawn so that this pawn can just continue forward, knowing that it will always be protected from behind by the rook.
It is true that it's a very promising pass pawn, and for that reason, Black is trying to compensate for it with really active pieces and doubling rooks on the d5 to attack the d3 knight.
That knight was protected by the white rook, after which Rickard, at this stage, the computer says that if Black plays the wrong move here, you lose the game. And I'm saying that to kind of illustrate how close it is for White to just win the game because of this pawn on the side of the board.
Yeah. And that's tricky when you see that the evaluation bar is showing close to equality. It doesn't show what you have highlighted, that Black has to play only moves. Black has to find a sequence of precise moves in order not to go down.
But Rapport, he found that those moves required. He used his rook to give a check on White's king. When the White king moves away, he once again only had one move to save himself. And that was actually going back to where he came from, putting more pressure on this knight now that the White king has abandoned its defense.
So if the king goes back to defend, it would lead to a repetition of moves if they keep making the same sequence with rook e4 check, king f2, rook d4, king e2. And Firouzja doesn't want to make a draw. He's in the lead here with that pass pawn, a very promising pass pawn, as we mentioned, but he has to do something about the knight. He ends up playing knight to e5 to offer a trade of knights. Now, Hammer, why the pawn on f4 is not in danger? Because it looks hanging.
Good question. I guess if the pawn is captured, the king would come up, attack the rook, while the white knight is attacking the black knight. So Black cannot both protect. Well, actually, he can. He can move his rook up so that both his knight and rook is protected. But then comes another problem. which is the knight then being able to attack both the black king and the black rook. And in the end, it is a winning situation for Firouzja. So
So because of this tactical pattern, indeed, the pawn is untouchable, and black ended up taking that knight on e5.
Alireza then recapturing. And then Rapport using his rook. He needs to get his rook in front of white's pawn to stop it from becoming a new queen. And at this point, we've caught up with the situation on the board. White is definitely better thanks to having this pawn only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. But it's difficult to see how the pawn is going to be able to proceed, given that black has placed their rook in the way.
Yeah, it's not an easy way to make progress here. If the other rook could come to b7, that would be one of the ways. Rook b3, rook b7 maneuver, but black still has the time to get ready for that threat.
Yeah. So pressure for Alireza, but Rapport with more time on the clock, plenty of time before move 40. He needs to make an additional 4 moves in 19 minutes before he gets that 30 minutes extra. So there's absolutely no time concerns for the Hungarian player. And it does seem like he's going to be able to defend what has been a difficult game.
It really has been a tough one, but this is already the better version of the endgame for him. And with rook to b2, he's taking away that b5 that's so important for the rook b3, rook b7 idea. So it's getting even more difficult for white to create threats.
So with that, we're going to move over to Dominguez and Aronian, who are still in their time scramble. Dominguez, he has been down to just seconds on the clock on several occasions. So far, he's surviving. He hasn't lost just yet, but he's still down a pawn for, well, nothing. So the last couple of moves since we left this game was that the white knight went to attack the bishop. The bishop
dropped to c5, and after g3, black also pushed the pawn b6 to defend the bishop in some of the lines. It might have been in the air, that c5 bishop, and the pawn itself on b7 in some cases. So just an improving move, no rush for black to convert this extra pawn into a win. You can make all the small improvements necessary that you need after rook e6. Now it looks like the pawn on f6 is hanging, but Aronian said bishop to d6 is the smartest response. And why is that, Hammer, that black is basically provoking white to capture that pawn on f6?
Why am I getting all the difficult questions? Why can you not capture that pawn? I mean, I would probably capture that pawn. So the computer is saying the idea is to make the queen trade. And then get the rook over here. Yeah, I approve of that. Okay. The pawn on a2 cannot be defended. And once that pawn is captured, the pawn on b3, the next pawn, is going to be in trouble as well, because that pawn was kind of depending on its buddy giving protection. So yes, I agree with Aronian. That pawn, it was not an issue if that pawn was captured, because that would allow us to make a trade of queens, which is favorable in these circumstances. And Dominguez, he moves his queen into the center of the board. Aronian here feeling forced to make a defensive move, putting his rook on a worse square just because he needed to defend his own pawn. Dominguez then pushing his pawn up on the side of the board, trying to create some kind of trickery here over here. Basically, what you're hoping for as white is to push this pawn up on the side, hoping that pawn gets captured, and then you can try to infiltrate with your knight towards this f5 square. So when you're down a pawn, he doesn't really care about going down 2 pawns if that means he can get his knight in a threatening position.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and that's the reason why Aronian has pushed h5 to stop this pawn from advancing and weakening the f5 square.
Yeah. So Aronian, I mean, definitely still has great chances to win the game, but two things have happened. Number one, Dominguez, when he now makes his next move, he will get an additional 30 minutes on the clock, which is a game changer in terms of Aronian can no longer afford to allow any trickery.
Bless you. Bless you, Hammer. I'm struggling with allergies in the spring more than ever, so I feel you.
But what I was saying is that Aronian has made some slight mistakes earlier, like 10 moves ago, which were not exploited by Dominguez because he was so low on time. From now on, any slight mistake will be punished much harder. And also, the kind of Aronian has had 10, 15 moves to make progress and improve his position. But frankly, over the last 15 moves, I feel like his position has deteriorated. Like, he hasn't gotten any of his pieces in better squares. If anything, he's gotten his pieces in worse squares.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's looking more passive for Aronian, and it's looking less likely that he can convert this into a full point, especially for what you mentioned. We now see an additional 30 minutes added to the clock because of reaching move 40. There's an additional half an hour other than just the 30-second increments per move. So Dominguez's chances certainly have improved when it comes to holding this game.
Okay, we're gonna step to one of the other end games we have going on. It's Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And since we joined this game previously, 8 moves have happened. But if you compare the current position on the board and the position we had on the board when we last left them, let's just say that the plan of advancing the pawn in the center, nothing has happened. The pawns are all in the same place. It's basically as if no moves have been made since we last joined.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a lot of back and forth, shuffling the pieces around, but Wesley is not committing to any pawn advances. It's true that once you push the pawns, they are not going backwards, so he's waiting a little bit when to push, but that's the only way forward. With the bishop and the queen, the only thing that can be attacked is the f7 pawn, but we have already seen that once both the white bishop and queen are attacking f7, the black queen and the black king are defending it, so there is no progress made there. You'll need to eventually push the e and f pawns further, or at least the e pawn, and try to create a pawn break on e6 if you want to play further this game, if you want to play for a win.
So I'm not even going to be looking at those moves that have happened because frankly, this game is not going anywhere until Wesley starts pushing his pawns.
And one of the reasons why he possibly was shuffling the pieces instead of pushing, if he will go for that plan, is that he made it already to move 40. So he now has an extra half an hour on the clock. And this is when you can invest time to actually figure out the details of that plan, how to make it the most precise, how to execute it accurately.
Yeah. So we'll let Wesley kind of figure out how he wants to proceed. And we're going to jump to what, at this point, might be the only decisive game of the round. Because we were kind of expecting a lot of the games to have winners. But with Aronian kind of not being very accurate, with Rapport managing to defend accurately, and Mamedyarov saving a draw in his game. This one is the only one where we see a massive um, uh, um, difference in the evaluation. And the eval bar right here is massively on White's side, giving White an advantage comparable to 4 pawns. What
and
is
that
going
is
on?
for the material advantage. It's a bishop versus 2 pawns. So this game has been really imbalanced in terms of material from a very early stage of the game, with 2 minor pieces for White versus a rook and 2 pawns for Fabiano. But then Fabiano, a couple of moves ago, sacrificed a rook for a minor piece, leaving him with a piece down. And even though it was a really sharp position, there were some very cool queen sacrifice checkmate ideas. None of them was forced, and Bashir managed to find the right defense. I think we can show it one more time because it was too pretty. It was too pretty. Queen h3 check. Whether bishop g3 or bishop f2. Perhaps bishop f2. Let's show that because even better. It looks like it wouldn't make sense to give a check on h3 when that hangs your queen. But here, it is an incredible checkmate pattern.
The queen can be captured by the king, but the king then struggles getting back into its safe spot. And the bishop coming in from behind, giving check on the king, only has one safe square to go to, and the black knight with the finishing checkmate on the king there in the end. And I mean, kudos to MVL also for spotting that idea and avoiding it. Because when he played his bishop to e1, suddenly Caruana didn't really know how to continue his attack. He tried to involve his queen, but then Vachier Grav, he just retreated and he just said, as long as I can keep this pawn in front of my king, I should be reasonably safe. And that's why Fabiano, he pushed his pawn forward in the middle, saying that I want to eliminate this defensive pawn, which is kind of holding your position together. Now, at this stage, now Vachier Lagrave could play this bishop move to try and force the black rook back, because if we try the same plan of the queen to the side, sacrificing itself to give the checkmate, it turns out the retreat of the knight was beneficial for many reasons. Not only the protection of the f3 pawn, it also makes sure that this queen sacrifice idea no longer works out.
Such a pity. No longer Bot is gambiting here with queen h3. And for that reason, black took on f3 to give some more movement to the rook, or at least not have the pawn hanging. But white didn't have to worry about this, because as you mentioned, Hammer, sometimes those pawns can help you hide the king. So white places the king on f2, using it to block the f file.
Yeah, brilliant play from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The rook and queen from black unable to participate when their own pawn, the pawn on f3, is blocking the path. Now, Anna, I was actually going to ask you this earlier. For one of the other occasions, we had kind of your own pawn blocking the way. It was during the Alireza game, where we saw Alireza wanted to get rid of his own pawn in order to invade there with his rooks. And how do you think chess would be changed if you had the ability to, as one of your moves, just remove your own piece?
Oh my, that would be a massive change if you're suggesting it for chess 2.0, that you have
no. variant. I'm very happy with chess how it is today, but it can be funny to kind of look for different variations of chess. And I feel
agree.
like having that ability to remove your own pawn could be really interesting, because rooks, like your own pawns, are often your rook's worst enemy, very many situations exist where your rooks are just much worse because your own pawns are standing in the way.
That's
And
very true. So your version would be a potential variant that for one move, like so in every game you have one chance to remove your own pawn in a given moment. So as
no,
instead of your move.
no, and as many times as you want.
Oh, as many times? I thought it's like a
Yeah,
wild card thing.
no.
Every time you want?
Well, I mean,
Wow.
how often would you want to do it more than once, though? Because I mean,
You've got a point.
at some point, you're just gonna be lacking pawns, no?
You can play it 8 times.
But anyway, I also want to showcase here. Oh, it didn't drop back to where I was hoping. But I also want to showcase that if Vachier Lagrave had captured with his knight on this f3 pawn, trying to say that, you know, here I have the threat against your rook, the threat against your knight, we're back into the queen to h3, king captures queen, bishop coming in for the checkmate.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, this idea is just it's lurking all the time in the game.
It's such an incredible pattern, and it keeps coming back, as you mentioned, that the knight has to stay on d2 to be guarding the f1 square.
So that knight is staying put. The king moves so that the pawns are the pawn is blocking for the queen and rook. Here, Fabiano tried to move his rook away, but then the white knight was able to capture the black bishop, and then you capture that pawn because now the rook has been forced away.
Yes, this is exactly the point. And what we saw in the game after bishop takes f3 was a trade. Knight takes f3, queen takes f3, and queen c2 check. Of course, black with bishop down is not interested in trading the queens, but is more interested in this check. The problem for Caruana is that after queen e2, again, white is offering that queen trade, so you can offer it as many times as you want. And obviously, he doesn't want to repeat moves. So once the queen gives a check on the f file again, now the king will move to the g file.
Caruana tried to increase the pressure, pushing the pawn forward on the side of the board, hoping to continue forward to exploit the fact that the bishop cannot move without leaving white's king in a check. But that gave white the opportunity to get that rook back into the game from the corner. The queen was under attack, had to move. Now both the rook and queen pointing down on white's king, but the king simply hides in the corner.
And after king h1, there's no longer a pin on the g file. Fabiano still pushed the pawn to h4 because his only chance is to have something with tactical patterns working out in the end on the king side, but it's more of a desperate move at this rate. I feel like bishop takes c7 is possible and was played. Another pawn disappears. And after h3, it's true that black might be threatening a thing or two with rook g2, but with precise play, it shouldn't really be an issue. And the MBS simply played queen to f3, pointing out that the f file and the black king too could also be exposed, as well as the h3 pawn itself.
And now Caruana voluntarily asking for the queen trade. That's a bit surprising. And I feel like even though it's not recommended by the computer, surely capturing this queen is good enough to win the game, right?
It looks like that, but there is something, right? Jon, what is it?
I can't tell. I can't tell. I mean, to me, this looks pretty okay. The computer wasn't too happy with the decision, but
really, it looks winning.
Surely this will win somehow, right? Yeah, no, this is winning. I mean, surely. Wow. No, actually, I mean, Fabiano is a quite resourceful player, and in this situation, the rook the attack on the bishop means that the rook forces the bishop to decide which pawn it wants to protect.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and kind of, well, black is going to lose the game, I'm pretty sure, but you're fighting, you're creating difficult decisions for your opponent. So instead, MVL, he moved his bishop into the middle of the board. He decided there's no need to give black this pawn that suddenly is 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And I think that's going to be it. Fabiano down on time, only 10 seconds remaining. He's also down a bishop, which is rather significant. He's going to lose this game.
He has played rook to g2, as you mentioned. He's down to his final seconds. There's a 30-second increment, and they are on move 38. So in 2 moves, they're gonna gain another half an hour added to the clock. But more so than the time issue, the position itself is the main and real issue for Fabiano.
Yeah. And I think Vachier Lagrave, I mean, he's just going to keep that same thing going, right? He's not going to capture the black queen. He's just going to say that, okay, I'm not going to trade your queen, but you're not going to trade my queen either, are you? You don't really dare that. So I think a move like bishop c3 is very clever here for the Frenchman, keeping in kind of what he did on the previous move. Just getting that bishop to a better location. The bishop is protected, so that's always nice. And you're going to win because you're up a bishop for just a single black pawn. And in fact, that was the move MVL chose to play. We're going to just catch the end of this game before going into another break. My prediction is that this was the final move that Fabiano is going to resign here now as his clock is ticking down.
I think it would not be surprising if he resigns, or he might make another move or two to make it to move 40 and then consider one final time if there's any chance. But to be fair, it's pretty clear, sadly for Caruana, that this game has gone wrong with rook takes f3. It was a really interesting sacrifice, but with precise defense, Vachier has managed to counter every single threat and win the game. You were right. Caruana resigned.
Yeah, a great win for Vachier Lagrave. A problem for Caruana losing in what is one of the final tournaments before the candidates tournament, the tournament to decide who challenges for the world championship title. It's not an optimal warm-up for him to be losing games against his competitors. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action from the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Chess Tour's first event of this year, the Superbet Classic in Romania. We're going to continue with the game analysis, but before that, let's just remind everyone that 4 of the participants of this event will also be competing in June in the candidates, and that is a big deal. The candidates tournament will be an 8-player double round robin event that will determine who is going to be the challenger of Magnus Carlsen at the next World Championship match. So this is, of course, the main event 4 of our participants are focusing on when it comes to their preparation. And you should mark this on your calendar because it is going to be a big deal, of course, figuring out who can be a potential world champion this year if they manage to beat Magnus Carlsen. The exclusive video feed of the event will be right here on chess.com. The event takes place in just about a month, a little over a month. I'm very excited about the candidates. Hammer, do you have any predictions? Just like, sideline?
I mean, I always favor Fabiano for these events. I think he is the second best player in the world. I think he has proven that time and time again. For instance, being the one who has the second highest rating after Magnus in newer times. He is still beaten by Kasparov, but to be fair, Kasparov was a beast of another dimension. So yeah, I think Fabiano is the favorite in that event. But that being said, we just saw him losing against Vacher Lagrave. He has been having a slump. He lost his 2,800 rating. And it doesn't seem like he's going to manage to get it back before the event. So, yeah, it's difficult to predict. I do want to remind people that the last time Fabiano played and won the candidates tournament, he had the most awful Tata Steel tournament just 2 months
so maybe it's a good omen if he doesn't do well here.
Well, they do say, don't they? Like bad rehearsals, good premiere. Isn't that like something? I'm not sure what the English saying is, but
just something along the line that makes sense. And also, it is what they are mainly focusing on. We have seen the participants, those players from this event who will be playing in the candidates, 4 of them are here, that they will of course not be playing their main preparations here. They are preparing for the candidates, and that's the most important event in any super grandmaster's life. That's what they are fighting for. They want to become a world champion of chess, and the only way toward the world champion's crown is through the candidates. So qualifying to the candidates is a priority to all of these GMs, and then winning the candidates is the next big goal, of course.
And 2 of the participants in that candidates tournament is Alireza Firouzja and Rapport. And we're going to check in on their game in this tournament to see if we can tell what is going on there. Last time we left them, Rapport, he had placed his rook along this B file to make sure that the white rook is not able to do anything over there. And also Rapport, if he got the option, the possibility to do so, he would have wanted to use his rook to attack the white pawn from the side. So to prevent that opportunity, Alireza played his rook up to c6.
And this move seems like a really active move, but Rapport also responded with quite an aggressive pawn push, pawn to g5, pointing out that maybe that white king could even end up in certain checkmate patterns. If we take a look at the f5 and g5 pawns, taking away the 4th rank squares from the king, the b2 rook taking away the 2nd rank, all you need is a rook on the 3rd rank and it's checkmate.
Yeah, that would be embarrassing for that white king. And I don't know if it was to prevent this, but Alireza moved his rook to the side, preventing the rook from coming to this d7 square and up into the attack. But on the other hand, that enabled Rapport to use the other open file. And then there's once again the threat of checkmate on this white king, forcing Alireza to retreat his rook along the side of the board. And then Rapport said, well, I'm going to play both my rooks into the attack regardless. And I'm going to completely abandon this white pawn, which is only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen.
So the fact that he has gotten to double the rooks in the second rank is compensating for an almost queen. After a7, there's no one stopping that pawn. The only reason why the evaluation board is still chilling is because the rooks in the second rank will continuously be giving checks to that white king. At least that seems to be the reason why black should be okay to hold.
But notice how the way to make a draw here for black is to use the same rook all the time to give these checks. And that's because you need to keep the other rook on this b file, making sure that the white king doesn't escape to the side of the board. Because if you had used the other rook, for instance, on this occasion, if you use the other rook, the king will hide out on the side of the board to win the game.
Very important detail that the b rook has to stay, cutting the king away from marching toward the edge of the board and getting out of the checks, after which there is no move for black that could prevent the promotion of the pawn.
So accuracy still needed for sure. Alireza, he moves his rook back, and now the king is kind of finding shelter on this d4 square, which is why the rook retreated. But Rapport has completely committed to attacking this white king, because if he kind of gives up on that attack, he still needs to do something to prevent the white pawn from becoming a new queen.
Yeah, and what is it that he can do here? The check on f2 seems quite an obvious move, but it only makes sense if there's a follow-up. So what is it that he has to find or play for?
So this check, according to the computer, is the only move he can play to survive. And when Alireza then tries to run away with his king, the computer is saying a move like rook to c2, which is such a crazy move because it doesn't do anything to stop the advance of the pawn. It's just that black needs an idea for how to stop the white king from finding a safe haven on this d4 square. And this rook c2 move is brilliant because it takes away all the squares the king needed to use, so the king can now not be safe on this d4 square because the other black rook would come in for the checkmate.
Another incredible pattern, and there's only so few pieces left on the board, but it is possible to construct checkmate patterns in an endgame like this with the 2 rooks, and the pawns are helping. Of course, it was crucial that the pawns are on f5 and g5. From what we have seen, that they were taking away the entire 4th rank, and now they are supporting the e4 rook.
Yeah, very important pawns, but of course no accident. Like Rapport did that on purpose. So yeah, no, it seems to me like this is still a very tense game where black is the one who has to find the accurate solutions, because black is the one having to deal with this pawn moving forward, trying to become a new queen. But also, I take your attention to the clocks we have for this board, which seems to indicate that both players were very low on time in that phase, getting to move 40, which was in fact the previous move. And now that they've gotten that additional 30 minutes to think, now they're going to spend that time considering their options. But that also means, I want to stress, that Rapport made the decision to move his rook up into an attacking position, abandoning his defensive stance without having a lot of time on the clock. So you could easily see him being regretting his decision, because it was a decision he couldn't kind of be 100% certain of.
Yeah, it's true. What Hammer is pointing out is about the time control. For those of you who are not familiar with the classical time control of this event, it's an additional half an hour added to the clocks once they complete move 40, and that move was just completed. So they now both have an additional half an hour to spend. But he had to go for this line and had to believe that he's gonna have enough with the two rooks, even if that pawn, the A pawn, is now unstoppable.
So yeah, this game is not over. There's going to be chances here for Alireza to win the game, and Rapport has a difficult task finding all the right defensive moves to salvage a draw here. So that's going to be something we keep a close eye on. I'm going to switch over to our two leaders of the tournament. It's Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And last time we saw them, there were no pawns being moved. That has changed. The pawns are moving. And in fact, not only are the pawns moving forward with Wesley on his latest move pushing up in the middle, there's also the fact that there has been an exchange.
An exchange of pawns, which is an exchange I think we should show how it happened now that the H pawn and the G pawns are missing from the board.
So this is where we left off last time around. Wesley, he was moving his bishop pretty innocently, I would say. Nepomniachtchi with his queen attacking said bishop, and then making the radical decision to move his pawn in front of his own king, offering a trade with the white pawn, and basically saying the fewer pawns on the board, the better chances it's going to be a draw.
That's indeed what he did. And after g6, white doesn't really have much of a choice. You either take on g6 or let your pawn to be taken on h5. After h6, g6, queen takes g6. So black doesn't take back with the f pawn, because that would make the e pawn become a passed pawn, and also weaken the king through the diagonal on top of everything, with bishop e6 coming in and winning on the spot.
So Nepomniachtchi was happy to capture back with the queen, which, I mean, to me, it just feels strange, right? Because now he's saying, I'm happy to give myself two isolated pawns, whereas white still has these pawns working together as a unit, protecting each other. So yeah, I would not have made that decision that Nepomniachtchi did, but it feels like he was pretty confident in making that choice, feeling that the important thing here is that there's fewer pawns and less chance of the black king being checkmated, because it has kind of more escape routes now.
Yeah, and I think it's key what you mentioned, that less pawns. If there were more pieces on the board, even if there were just pawns on the queen side, then you can't really defend a position like this with so many weaknesses after g6 and the queen taking back on g6, that the pawns are isolated, the king is more open. But this position is holdable because there's not much material left on the board and there's nothing on the queen side. So it's all about holding together those very few squares on the king side.
And we got a phase of the game again where they were kind of just moving around. Notice how Nepomniachtchi wants to trade queens. Wesley does not. And yeah, I'm just going to fast forward to the moment where Wesley started pushing the pawns forward, because that's what he needs to do if he wants to win this game. And the plan moving forward is going to be putting all the pawns on the dark squares. And this is a very typical strategy. Pawns and bishops, for them to work together perfectly, you want your bishop to be controlling one color's spectrum. In this case, the bishop is controlling the light squares, in which case you need your pawns to do the job the bishop is unable to do. So you want to put your pawns on the dark squares. And the way to do that is by continuing to push the pawn to f4 and the pawn to e5. And frankly, to me, it still seems like Nepomniachtchi has an unpleasant game. Yeah, he might be able to save it, but this is going to be a long one. People better find their snacks, because Wesley So is grinding for a win that would give him the first place so far in this tournament.
What seems to not be a long game anymore, if Aronian finds the right move, is the Dominguez-Aronian game, where Dominguez was trying really hard to hold things together, but with his last move, it seems that the last move, f4, is a blunder.
Wow. So he's making blunders even when he has plenty of time on the clock. What is up with that? The Dominguez has just had a rough day. He just played a terrible game.
And to be fair, he already used that time. He got an extra half an hour after move 40, but then he spent 15 minutes on the next 3 moves altogether. And this last move, the blunder itself, was an 11-minute long thing.
Wow. So I guess from that we can deduce that the blunder is not obvious. And I mean, frankly, I have not been impressed by Aronian either this game. It feels like he was mostly playing to his opponent's time trouble more than finding the best moves in every situation.
Yeah.
Maybe Aronian is not going to be able to capitalize on what the computers say is a significant mistake.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that even though the computer says f4 is a losing move, it's not like it's a very clear-cut line that it suggests. It just simply says that rook d8 is a really strong move here. Attacking the knight should retreat to f3, and then the engine simply plays king to g7 and says black is winning. This is the refutation of f4, apparently.
That's a bit mysterious.
Yeah, it just feels like that the white pieces are tangled up, so that the rook on e6, as active as it looks, it doesn't have any squares to move to. The queen has to be defending that rook permanently. The knight has to stay on f3 so that the black rook cannot go to d2 and attack the white king. It looks more like an almost Zugzwang position for white, although there are plenty of pieces on the board.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we'll have to keep an eye on this. But even though the engines say this was a decisive mistake from Dominguez, the refutation is not like clear cut. It's not going to be 2 moves and then it's over. And also notice that there's a bit of a trick in this position. If Aronian here captures the white knight, you could think that you're winning the game, because when the queen recaptures the bishop, the queen also leaves the defense of that e6 rook. However, the idea Dominguez has is that if the black bishop is careless and moves off its current diagonal with this bishop takes knight move, then the white rook will be able to catch both the black queen and king on that same row. So yeah, there's trickery going on. Dominguez, his time management this game has been awful, and I think that's going to be what kills him. Not that Aronian played an amazing game, just that he just ended up having being so low on time in every decisive moment. And so he was low on time when he had chances to save himself. He was low on time when he ended up in trouble in the first place. And Aronian has had some opportunities previously in this game to kind of just kill it instantly. And he hasn't succeeded yet. Let's see if he can manage now.
Yeah, good question. Rook d8 seems to be a natural move, so I'm sure that Aronian will be considering it and possibly playing it. But the follow-up, I guess improving moves they are King G7 too, but there is no concrete specific line that would win here on the spot. It's more about getting the black pieces to their best possible locations and then telling white you barely have moves.
Yeah. I'm gotta admit, I'm the most intrigued by this Firouzja development. Do you mind if we step over
Yeah,
there?
let's switch. Absolutely. Any progress or any updates?
The exciting thing is that nothing has happened.
So
Okay.
exciting.
But that also means, because the computers are saying Rapport only has one move that can save him in this moment. And the fact that he's spending 15 minutes to decide tells me he lost control.
Yeah. He might think that Rook F2 doesn't lead anywhere. He might not see that punchline at the end, and or he sees it, but he sees a defense against it.
Yeah, at the very least, he's not feeling confident that he knows how to make a draw in this situation. So this endgame is still going on, and it's still very tricky. The white pawn only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. Rapport has thrown both his rooks into attacking positions, hoping that the rooks can disturb the white king enough to secure a draw, but there is absolutely no guarantee that he will succeed in that.
So we shall see whether within the next 16 minutes Richard will come up with that plan, the Rook F2 check, and the rest of the key and very precise moves in order to hold this game, or will he make a mistake if he doesn't find the next only moves for black? He's going to go down. He's going to lose this game because there's no way of stopping the A passed pawn. You can try to bring the rook back to the ace rank. Let's show that, Hammer. What happens if black plays just very passive to try to block the pawn?
Yeah, if the rook goes back, that's a big admission of kind of abandoning the hope of counterplay. And in that circumstance, one of the moves being suggested for white is rook to b3, which is very clever. Because if there's a trade of rooks, number one, you no longer have to be concerned about the safety of white's king. But in addition, there's the issue of that if black tries to get the rook to attack and capture the remaining dangerous pawn on the side of the board, then the rook, instead of protecting from behind, it can actually find an even better placement on the side of the board, attacking the black king, forcing the king to step back, and then the pawn moves up, and the pawn is protected, but it's protected by a rook that is not content with just watching out for its own pawn. It's also going after the black pawns on the opposite side of the board. So this would be a winning variation for white, and that is part of the problem for Rapport, that he has committed himself to an attack against the white king. But the fact that he's now been thinking for more than 17 minutes suggests that he can't really figure out how to keep that attack going on the king.
He'll have to find it, but we're gonna let him think further. 13 minutes left. There's a 30-second increment, so even if he goes low on time, there will be increment per move. But definitely, he has to find the right combination here, the right move order, and the right execution of that plan. Otherwise, it's completely lost the end game for Black.
Yeah. So while Rickard is thinking about that, we're gonna take a break. And we'll be back with more endgame action. 3 games still going on. Wesley So chasing a win against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Firouzja chasing a win against Rapport. And Levon Aronian trying to exploit the poor time management of Dominguez. This could be a long Sunday afternoon, people. So find your snacks while we have a break. And we'll be back with more. Hi everyone, we are back with the Grand Chess Tour. It's the Superbet Chess Classic coming to you from Romania. And we got some exciting games going on. And we're going to first jump in to the game we were talking about just before the break. It's Alireza Firouzja against Richard Rapport. And Rapport, he needed to find some very good rook moves to limit the white king, and he has been successful in doing that. He moved his rook, giving a check on the white king. The white king moves away, and then rook to c2 limits the options for the white king trying to escape up on the side of the board, and that's going to keep the white king contained and give black some options for perpetual checks, just checking that king into the end of the game. So Anna, it seems like your countryman has saved himself here.
It does look like that. I think for those who may not have seen our earlier analysis, we could just show one more time that after pawn to a7, which is a really promising move, you have a queen next move on the board. What could go wrong? When the rook gives a check on e2, and it has to be the f rook, not the other one. The f rook goes to e2. The king cannot escape from the checks. If you go back to f3, g3, that's easier to see. That the rook will just simply be shuffling on the second rank, always the same rook. You're not touching the other rook. Unless we find a checkmate. Maybe can we get checkmate? Nah, let's not get over ambitious. But the point is, the king cannot escape from the checks because the square that seems promising, d4, actually is the biggest blunder in this position. King to d4 loses the game due to rook e4 checkmate.
And that's because of this clever little improvement of the other rook taking control of those squares along the c file, making sure that the white king cannot escape in that direction. So that seems to me to be a very accurate way of playing from Rickard. And I think he's going to make a draw now.
Is there anything that Firouzja can try to get out of the checks?
I think maybe rook to d1. It's not clear to me how black deals with that. Because you still have that threat of the pawn moving forward on the side. And the difference here is that if we continue giving these checks, the king will be able to kind of be looking at both rooks at the same time. And then they're kind of dependent on each other. And well, to be honest, I don't see how black saves themselves here. But I can ask my best bud, the chess computer, which is pretty good in such situations. And the chess computer is saying rook to a2 is a saving move. Now, I understand that if you make the trade of rooks, we don't have any pieces to protect that very important pawn trying to become a new queen. That being said, what if we just have this other rook come over and help out? To me, this seems very, very dangerous for black. Because if you trade the rooks now, then white will win the game. When black only has one rook remaining, there's no more checking ideas on the white king. And then the white pawn is just going to proceed to become a new queen.
And that could be the reason why Rapport spent so long in making his decision. He might have not seen what to do after rook d1, because the idea of the rook checks on the second rank, of course, was obvious. The idea with the king going to d4 is also pretty clear cut. But I agree with you that rook to d1 for white, it's still yet to be seen. How do you hold? The engine is calm and chilling here, but for a human being, I don't think it's that easy to find again one of those sequences that is the only way in which you can make a draw.
Yeah, so this game has some excitement still remaining. Rapport, 10 minutes left on the clock. So he's probably sitting down at the board right now. He's still making sure that his calculations are accurate. Because if you had 10 minutes here and didn't have your plan ready, then I don't think that would be enough time to figure out all the right defenses.
Mm-hmm. I fully agree. And this is still a game we're going to definitely come back to once Firouzja has made a decision. We also have the other 2 games on the way. So 3 games in total. Firouzja, as we have seen, is playing against Rapport. Dominguez Aronian, this is a game that sadly after f4 seems to have gone very wrong for Lanier, who got his chances back in the time scramble earlier.
Yeah, he had some chances to defend, but it turns out this plan he had of pushing his pawn forward, trying to open up around the black king, that was simply a mistaken idea. Aronian did use his rook to chase the white knight backwards. I think that was okay with Dominguez. I think he had anticipated that coming up. But after the move king g7, it turns out White's idea of pushing further forward and opening up around the black king, it just didn't really amount to anything because Aronian then offered the trade of queens in favorable circumstances. And well, if you don't go for the trade of queens, if you try to avoid it by playing your queen back, then you're going to face some problems here with the black bishop making those threats against the queen and the pawn behind the queen. So that would be, well, a win for Aronian.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, Dominguez tried to exchange the queens, but it turns out the black rook was still very, very powerful.
It was very powerful indeed because of the activity of the black pieces and that healthy extra pawn. Not bad to have an extra pawn or 2 in an endgame. So later on, basically, a few more moves happened after rook d3, knight d1. The rook is attacked, but it stayed on the 3rd rank with rook to c3. And after rook c2, White offering a rook trade. Interesting that he, even though the endgame, of course, is very sad from White's perspective, he was hoping that maybe after the rook trade there's a slight practical chance. Hard to see any chances, to be fair.
To be honest, I think the rook trade was just a result of the pressure Black's rook has against the g3 pawn. So Black's next 2 moves would have been to get the king up the board and attack that pawn. So before that could happen, Dominguez says, I need to exchange off your rook. And well, Aronian just says, yes, that's fine by me because I'm up a pawn and I know how to win this situation.
Yeah, and therefore we are in this minor piece endgame now, bishop versus knight, but an extra pawn for black. It's true that there's doubled pawns on the board for black on the queen side, so it's not that straightforward to make a pass pawn, but there shouldn't be an issue, especially for so many factors, including that there's pawns on both flanks on the board. Usually that favors the bishops, the long distance.
Actually, I would go as far as to say, Anna, that if Black's c7 pawn had been on a7, this could have been a potential draw. But because the pawn is on c7, it's actually very easy for Aronian to create a passed pawn. And that's what he's doing right now. He played the move b5, and as White now will get their knight into the center, attacking the black bishop, the bishop will retreat, and then it's just going to be a highway for the black pawn to just continue all the way through, and that's going to win the game.
Yeah, and White could only stop black from pushing c4 in a moment when the pawn is on c5, if we maybe just skip a move with king f2, I simply want to show that after c5, you could try to defend passively by moving the knight to b2, but that would mean that then the black king can also get activated through the central squares, and there's no way of stopping that king march, king e5, heading toward e4, d4. And both the white knight and the white king are more passive than black's pieces. This is not holdable.
Yeah, and you can also tell by the pace Aronian has on his moves. He's completely aware what he needs to do to win this. So he moves his bishop immediately, not even blinking. As the white knight moves back, well, I'm expecting to see that pawn start pushing forward pretty immediately. He also has the option, like you mentioned, Anna, to get in with his king as well. So I guess, yeah, he's choosing the king.
Played. Yeah, why this endgame is really instructive. I've just noticed that Nepomniachtchi has made a blunder that is according to the engine, is a +8 now for Wesley. So he had an advantage. Wesley is up a pawn, but now it seems it's more than just a pawn, and he has a tactical pattern. I don't know, Hammer, if we can switch to that game before the move is played.
Yeah, let's just conclude that Aronian perfectly knows what he's doing. He's going to win this game. And now let's see if Wesley So can win his game as well.
So this is the current position. Already bishop d4 earlier seems to have been not the most precise. After e5, suddenly white's advantage is even bigger, but queen g6, the last move of Nepomniachtchi, just misses a tactical pattern that is a bishop sacrifice on f7. It looks like that square, that pawn is guarded very well by the king and the queen, but regardless of how you take back, if it's king takes f7, there's queen c4 check, picking up the bishop, and if it's queen f7, then queen
you need
g4.
to go a bit slower, Anna.
Yeah, sorry.
My mouse is having some problems in the relay, so I'm spending a lot of time making these arrows. But yeah, it is an attack against both the king and the bishop.
And it's the same with queen takes f7, but then the square for the queen check is on g4.
So that is a nice little tactic. And Wesley has found it. And he's going to win the game. Wesley found it. And he's going to, no matter which piece captures back on f7, he's going to win a pawn. Well, he's going to win the bishop next on d4. Very clever play from Wesley. And this opening from Nepomniachtchi, Anna.
Yeah.
You're just volunteering for suffering, and then you end up not even managing to hold the draw. Like, he's had a miserable day. He's been a pawn down since move 10.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We have been discussing how Nepomniachtchi has prepared this very same opening for the World Championship match. He has analyzed it in great depth with his team for the match against Magnus Carlsen. So he definitely believes in it. But maybe there were some holes in the preparation. Maybe some of the lines weren't just as well developed as others, because he clearly was in for suffering for today. It was holdable. It seemed, at least.
Yeah, but it seems like he got what he wanted, right? Yeah, he was down a pawn, but all the pawns were on the same side of the board. To me, it seems like he got the position he wanted. It's just that position was still not easy to make a draw. And it surprises me that he would choose such an opening for a match against Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus in his match against Fabiano Caruana in 2018, Magnus was not able to get anything with the white pieces, not anything. But instead, then Nepomniachtchi is preparing to go into a line where you're just a pawn down and long-term suffering against Magnus Carlsen, whose like entire legend is about him winning such positions where he only holds a slight advantage, but he manages to put pressure on the opponent. So I'm really surprised. This is I think what we saw today was Jan's preparation for the World Championship, and it has lost him the game. He resigned. The Wesley's brilliant sacrifice of the bishop, where he gives up the bishop to open up possibilities of attack against the Black King, has forced Nepomniachtchi into a resignation. And that means Wesley So is going to be the big favorite to win this tournament, as he was about to go up 2 pawns in this game, forcing the resignation. I mean, good play by Wesley, obviously, but I feel like he got a lot of help from Jan and
His opening choice mainly.
Opening choice, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how much of this is for the fact that we mentioned the candidates is happening in June. 4 of the participants here will be playing there. It doesn't look like Nepomniachtchi will be playing this line at the candidate, so he probably is hiding something better. But you would think that he wasn't gonna enter a line where all he has is a pawn down and he has to sweat blood to try to hold.
Yeah, it's not very ambitious play, but when it works, it works, right? Then it just looks as though the opponent just wasn't well prepared at all. But when it doesn't work, it looks so silly. And kudos to Wesley for taking home the win.
And that is a clear lead now for Wesley. So after 4 rounds, he will be the only one that has only dropped half a point. Wait, no, he dropped 1, right? 2 draws and 2 wins.
Yeah. So a great start for Wesley. I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit to the Dominguez versus Aronian game, because we have had a lot of moves despite them having, Aronian at least, having plenty of time on the clock. And that's because Aronian is so confident about what he needs to do to win this game. He's playing all his moves without thinking. And that's because he has this very simple plan of just pushing that c-pawn as far up as is possible. And that c-pawn is going to decide the game.
It seems to be the day where we're going to have multiple decisive results, as you predicted, Hammer, as you predicted. So far, the previous days have only brought 1 decisive game per round with 4 draws. Today, it could be the day when the balance is actually on the side of decisive results. And it doesn't happen often in classical chess that so many games are decided.
Yeah. So, to be honest, the one game that ended in a draw so far between Mamedyarov and Deac was arguably one of the most exciting games of the round.
Yes.
So we were very lucky to have this day doing commentary together, Anna.
I know. I hope that the upcoming rounds will be just like this, because this has been a pure joy to commentate on, to follow these games that have been exciting from the very beginning. The opening choices have been so dynamic, so risky in a way, not the traditional classical solid setups, and it has brought many decisive results. The other game is a Ruken game, by the way, or shall we stay here?
We're going to stay here just to catch the end. King takes f5 was played by Dominguez. So he finally got back that pawn he was down. The problem is, after bishop e3, Aronian is controlling the queening square to help his pawn moving forward to become a new queen. Dominguez, he tries this move a3, which is very, very sneaky. He's trying to get Aronian to capture his pawn on the side of the board so that his knight can come in, capture Black's pawn, and then afterwards get himself in a blockading position so that the knight prevents the king from getting in to that b4 square. But it seems like Aronian was aware of that possibility, because he responded immediately, playing the move bishop to d2. After the trade, well, not even trade, like white is up a pawn now for the first time in the game, capturing that pawn on b4, but Aronian has his pawn just one step away from becoming a new queen.
And there's no way of stopping that promotion. The knight is guarding the square, but the bishop, with the support of the bishop on d2, that will cost the knight. You have to give up the knight for that pawn.
Well, actually, it's even worse than that. Because if white now tries to capture the black
the
pawn
king comes in
on the
case
side,
you move.
yeah, then the black king will say, I'm not gonna get a new queen while the knight is still there to capture my new queen. I'm gonna make sure to first chase away the white knight, and then I'm gonna get a new queen without white even being able to give up the knight for it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And if not king to g6, then the question is, what will white move? Eventually, the knight cannot make a move. The king on f5 has to be guarding the e5 and e4 squares so that the black king cannot come closer. But you're running out of moves, and the only other legal move is the pawn push to g4. After h takes g4, you need to react to then another new pass pawn. So there is absolutely no way for white to hold this defensive position.
Yeah, the white king has to move, after which the black king enters and gets in a position to chase the knight away. Very instructive play from Aronian. And Dominguez has realized his predicament and resigned the game.
And that leaves us with only one game left, the rook endgame between Firouzja and Rapport, two of the participants that will also meet each other at the candidates tournament next month. So potential world championship challengers. Rook a2 has just been played. So it was basically the idea that Firouzja went for the rook d1 move that you suggested, Hammer.
Yeah, very interesting. Trying to keep that king having some escape routes towards the left side of the board. Rapport has found the correct way of trying to make a draw. This rook to a2, according to the engines, were the only plan to survive long term, and we'll see if he manages to survive, because both players are down to just 5 minutes on the clock. So this will be an exciting rapid play finish. We're going to take a really short break, and then we're going to be watching until this game ends. That's a promise. We're back with the Superbet Chess Classic and the final game of the fourth round in this Grand Chess Tour event. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Anna Rudolph. And Alireza Firouzja just played his rook back to where it came from. Alireza here inviting for a repetition of moves. And Anna, can you explain why is Rickard not going for that back and forth strategy to just get the same position they had earlier? If he, like rook c2 now, would be the same position as the one they had previously in the game.
I'm assuming he's considering that line just to see if white has a better alternative instead of repetition. Because obviously for black, with that a6 pawn 2 squares away from being a queen, it is black who has been fighting for a draw with the repetition of moves offered. This is something that Richard, of course, would love to take. But as soon as he plays that move, maybe his worry is that there is an improvement, a better move for Firouzja than going back and forth.
But seeing as how we have the advantage of help from the Stockfish computer engine, we know that if Rickard does anything other than repeating these moves, which he just did, if he had done something else, he would have lost this game. And wow, they agreed to a draw. Alireza just realized that he couldn't get away from this back and forth strategy, and a draw has been agreed. Well, it says draw on my analysis board, but
Really?
I feel like that's just something it says when it's 3 times the same position. Maybe actually, yeah,
what is
maybe
he claiming then now with rook c2? Did he? No, he
I
made the
don't know.
move. But was it already the third time, or do they need to
One,
make?
yeah, this is once. This is twice. This is what we missed. They inserted this other idea that Firouzja tried to get his rook away, but then Rickard had the same idea of limiting the options for the white king, so that Alireza had to go back where he came from, and then this is the second time the position occurred. And now, when he tried this other idea with the rook going down instead to the side, they went back and had that same position for the third time. So it was in fact a 3-time repetition, and it has been confirmed. No, it has been confirmed from Romania.
You don't need to repeat 4th or 5th time. They keep going. It is confirmed now. Indeed, the 3-fold repetition and the draw.
So Rickard Rapport was under some very big pressure in this game, but he made it in the end, and he salvages a draw from a difficult, I would say, end game. And that means for today, there's 2 draws and 3 decisive results. And to be honest, the craziest openings we saw today were in the 2 games that ended in a draw. So this has been an eventful 4th round.
Very eventful. In fact, all 5 games could have had a decisive result easily. Richard Rapport was in a very difficult position, had to find only moves to get chances of even holding on. And in the Mamedyarov Deac game, it was Mamedyarov sacrificing material for the attack. But if that didn't peter out, it would have either been an attacking game that Mamedyarov wins, or Deac's material advantage, if in case of a successful defense, would have prevailed. So very, very exciting day indeed at the Superbet Chess Classic. Hammer, I can only hope that the next days will be just like this, with so many games being dynamic and everyone playing for a win, no matter what color they're playing with.
But I think that's what we should be expecting for the next couple of days, because frankly, that is what was happening for the previous days. Mm-hmm. This tournament has just been so exciting with the games being played. I don't see any reason for that to change. Let's sum up the day today by looking at the results of round 4. Mamedyarov against the hometown hero Deac of Romania. That game ended in a draw. Firouzja and Rapport, like we just saw, made a draw as well. Dominguez, having poor time management, in my opinion, loses with the white pieces against Aronian. Wesley So getting that long grind win against Nepomniachtchi, finishing with a beautiful bishop sacrifice to both trade off the bishops but also win himself a pawn in the process. And Vasyl Grav, he wins against Caruana in a game that really could have tipped either way. Caruana sacrificing a rook for a knight in order to get an attack on the white king, but Vasyl Grav, he defended beautifully to get the win. And that leaves us with the following leaderboard.
It is Wesley So on 3 points ahead of the field, half a point ahead of a 3-player group. Maxim Vasyl Grav, Levon Aronian, and the local hero Bogdan Daniel Deac are all tied for 2nd place. So this field, as we can see, consists of a player, Wesley So, that has won 2 games and drew 2 games, and everybody else, maximum they have won a game. Or, as we can see in the bottom half of the standings, there are 5 players, half of the field on -1. We call it -1, where they all lost a game each and they drew the rest of their games. So that is half a point below 50%. I explained this very complex, when in fact it's not that complex. They are not doing too well. Hopefully they will get into better mood and better shape for the upcoming rounds. There's still 5 more rounds to go.
And tomorrow in commentary, we'll have Irina Krush and David Prus. So that's something to look forward to. There's also something else people should be looking forward to, Anna.
A lot of things. Where shall we begin? First of all, if you're not subscribed yet to the chess.com clips channel, then make sure to do so on YouTube. That's a new channel where you can see some of the best clips from this show and from the rest of the events that chess.com is hosting. So that is a great place for memes and fun moments, as well as some of the most exciting positions from these games that we have discussed. Make sure to subscribe to chess.com's clips channel. I believe there's going to be a link in the chat where you can click and subscribe. Also, Hammer, we are signing off here, but the action is not stopping because the Rapid Chess Championship is already on the way. So all you need to do is stay here. Don't go anywhere. The Superbet Chess Classic will be back tomorrow, but the rest of the action, as we said, is already on the way in the Rapid Chess Championship that will be featured on this very same channel. You don't need to go anywhere. Hammer, I thought there would be